morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Liz Katangulia. I'm your host for today. Please, I'm thankful that you're all here. You look good. I'm going to give you a little bit of presentation about what we're doing today and a little bit of background on Rwanda Institute of Architects. Since its establishment in 2012, Rwanda Institute of Architects has a primary mission of regulating, scaling, and promoting core values of the profession of architecture in Rwanda. We aim at deepening of the understanding and raise the awareness of the profession by fostering and stimulating outstanding and ethical means of the good practice among architectural practitioners and allied design professionals. In the trends of rebuilding and developing the country, the Institute has played a key role in providing technical advice, professional development trainings, and coaching to its members and allied professions in different settings. We're looking forward to a creation of skillful, reputable architecture professionals who can cope with the current market needs and significantly contribute to the rapid urban development growth that our cities are facing by creation of adequate and functional places where people live, learn, work, pray, and play. The community of architects in Rwanda proficiently design spaces that heal us and production places that sustain us. They create next generation of environmentally friendly and energy-saving buildings to make our communities much healthier, safer, sustainable, and wealthier. They work with clients, allied design professionals, and construction partners to improve the built environment in one of the fast-growing economies in the world. Rwanda Institute of Architects' contribution in the role of oral growth and success initiatives of the country is enormous. We are part of the design and construction of major infrastructure to promote and provide the good culture of doing business at ease countrywide. From roads, residential, commercial complexes, schools, office buildings, and factories. Now more than ever, the collective voice of architects and allied allies is essential for designing a better future for our country, the region, and for the entire planet as a whole. We always ensure that our mission and values remain constant at all costs, and always standing at the front line with our partners in different angles, from policymakers to private sectors, liberal actors who are committed to a better built environment and prosperous architectural profession. So about Rwanda Architecture Week 2021, the Rwanda Architecture Week is a week-long event aiming to showcase the journey of the profession of architecture and allied professionals in Rwanda over the last 27 years. Involving local, regional, and international practitioners, architecture innovators, researchers, academia, creators of design, software, construction material manufacturers, and suppliers, as well as the public. We shall be taking stock of the achievements made so far and the contribution that the profession has made to the trends of the country's urban development and Rwanda's economic growth as a whole. The event will also serve to raise the awareness on the role of the architectural profession in the built environment, as well as addressing expectations the members of the public have of architects. It will be a time to celebrate and reward architectural excellence as we hope to inspire growth in the profession in different settings. Thank you. I would like to now welcome our president of the Institute, Camilla Vianney. Please, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, after quite some time now, we have the opportunity to get together again and continue with the tradition, as Liz said. A few years ago, about 10 years ago, architects, we got together through lobbying and working with the government. We got to get a law that governed how the profession of architects, planners, quantity surveyors, and all other allied professions in architecture should work together. So today, we will come and reflect on strategies and the theme of this week-long event will be professional interventions in response to green emergency. We expect that through networking, we will work together to showcase what we have done so far. We are going to work together to set benchmarks on how we can promote our profession. We will search common ground as professionals, how we can provide better services to the community and general public. We know that today we're going to have a kind of a hybrid meeting. There are those who are here physically, and we have also others who are joining virtually. So to all of you, I would like to welcome you to this Architectural Week 2021. We will have presentations, we will have seminars, we have our partners who will display new technologies that are on markets today, and we hope we will attend these events up to the completion date. I now declare this open, and I wish to all of us fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will now have our first presentation from Rwanda Housing Authority. Please, you're welcome.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Claude Butera, and I am an architect from Rwanda Housing Authority. First of all, before I start, I would like to apologize, and I will say that RH, the one who was supposed to present, our head of department, and our DG, they couldn't make it right now. They had an emergency to attend to, but probably they will be joining us anytime. So I will be talking today about affordable housing strategies and program that the government have put in place to see how to come to the affordable housing program. So the content of my presentation will be why affordable housing, what are the kind of people we are targeting, affordability in general, the insensitive program the government have put in place, different financing scheme, research surveys that have been done and to be done, and a few achievements that have been that happened since this program has started with Rwanda Housing Authority. Why affordable housing? Currently, we see that only 18% of Rwanda's population lives in urban areas. The government of Rwanda is envisages to increase urban settlement by 70% with the years to come up to 2050. Recently, a study done by IGC showed that at least up to 2032 we will be in need of more than 300,000 housing units. Meaning, like, we need providing sufficient housing stock, or rather to prevent new informal settlement and the huge demand that is in need currently. The targeted group. The This is a survey that has been done by IGC in 2018 that shows that about 50%, this is a case study of Kigali, so about 50% of the population in Kigali, they earn below 200,000 Rwandan francs. And in yellow, you see those are between 200,000 and 700,000. And the green, the market value of those one are above 700. So the purchasing capacity, looking at how to get mortgages, the access to those mortgages, the rate, the interest rate that has been put in place, you see that it's really difficult for people who were in the red and yellow to be able to earn a mortgage, a long-term mortgage of 15, 20 years with that kind of interest rate. So another thing is not only in mortgages, we also have other expenditure on housing and rent, where we see, looking here is a comparison of all households in urban areas and rural areas, where we find food and other expenditures of housing, how they all differ from all those two ranges. Now, we've tried to put them in categories, describing all beneficiaries who will benefit from affordable housing, where we have, through mortgage, we have the first category of ownership through mortgage for households, income and up to those who earn up to 1.2 million Rwandan francs. And the second category of affordable renters, this is where we find people who earn a monthly income of up to 700 and agreed on a rental fee for a determined period. In the third category, where we find those who earn below 200,000, this is where the government comes mostly in and cut a housing rent for those people. Affordability. Now, depending on the surveys I've showed you and different other else that have been done, the way we do affordability right now is we consider them to have at least a selling price for 35 million, a variety of mixed housing typologies, 1 to 3 bedrooms, and where we have to really optimize the space, and having between 55 meters square to 80 meters square, respectively, as minimum and maximum housing unit sizes. So to welcome projects in RHA together to participate in this, the minimum size of a project we consider is the one with at least 100 units, and meaning 40 units per hectare are supposed to be affordable, meaning below 35 million as a selling price. So what are the kind of incentive programs the government have put in place for us to really try and get those to decrease the demand, the huge demand we have in affordable housing? Some of these programs are as follow, depending on what I've said in the previous slides. The slide where I said minimum project of 100 units. So now access to finance. We have access to finance. Where access to finance, we've put in place affordable long-term mortgage finance was put in place, where we will see how with this the interest rates has decreased, not the usual one, just because of the affordable housing program. The infrastructure support. The government welcomes now all affordable housing projects, where the government will assist in providing infrastructure support for this project, if selected. The land, the government have also purchased a few of the lands in Kigali and outside of Kigali to assist us to cater this affordable housing. And taxes and off-take guarantee. Now, financing mechanism, where we have that affordable housing fund I've talked about, with the assistance of the World Bank, about 150 million US dollars, where home buyers will access long-term affordable mortgage up to 11%. just for affordable housing. And to support investors at affordable housing projects, not only for buyers, but also developers. Or to get to all that research, there are researches and surveys that has been done and that will be done, where we have regular housing market survey, proper affordable housing finance for both developers and beneficiaries, analysis of necessity of social housing associations, affordable housing design and optimization. After this is a new program, affordable housing, but not really that new, and some achievements have been done. I will go through them, a few of them. We have a few projects that have been completed. About different projects, some of you might know a few of them, and some are still in place. But we still have a long way to go, and we will probably get there together. And this is a few, Busanza, we have Kinyinya. Some of you know almost a few of these places. I'll just scroll through. We have also some really nice and interesting projects that are really coming through, where we have also, by including also the green component, since it is something we really have to look into as architects. We have the Green City Kigali project, we have the Ndera housing project, Kinyinya housing projects, all this around 15,000 units to be provided. Some of the projects have been approved and supported by the government with that affordable housing program I've talked about, with the slides are finished. We have Batsinda project by RSSB, we have Kabuga project, Busanza, Masaka, I believe you've heard of them. Another thing to look into as architects and as developers is construction technologies and materials, because they really play a really big impact to come up with in affordable housing, where we have different technologies that the government has approved. Some of them are new and some of them have been used, but in a way to be improved. We have adobe bricks for simple houses, compressed stabilized earth blocks, interlock, rolling for low rise building, prefabricated Strotec, precast concrete, lightweight steel frames, autoclaved aerated concrete, Moladi technology, 3D panels, technology, wooden houses, temple houses. These are different construction technologies and materials that we've considered that they can really play an impact in developing affordable housing. Another thing is land acquisition. I said before that the government has purchased lands, not just in Kigali, but in secondary cities and other cities, with the assistance of the city of Kigali and BRD and Shelter Africa in Rugarama. Thank you, but before I finish, I will also want to mention something. Affordable housing as this program, it's challenging, and with the help of different stakeholders, we can really make an impact in developing affordable housing, not just as architects, developers, engineers. By working together, we've seen different technologies. We welcome everyone to join the government, Rwanda Housing, in this target to develop affordable housing. Thank you very much.
It is great to see these achievements and obviously seeing these innovations in terms of exploring materials and construction technologies. Thank you so much, Rwanda Housing Authority Speaker, Claude Utera. Our next presenter is, I would like to invite our personal friend to the Institute and who's affiliated in terms of the other side, which is Quantity Surveying Chapter. I would like to welcome you, sir. Please take the stage.
Thank you, my little sister. It's a honor today to stand before you and tell you what we have achieved as CHUES chapter, and also thank the chapter for the assistance rendered to our profession and carry us on. Dear President, RHA, Council members, all members of RI, and my fellow sisters and brothers, quantity surveyors present, good morning. Allow me to take you through how far we have gone. Many of our members are really not yet supported this movement, but this is a movement that we should all stand and support. This is a movement that can take us to another height. Being under our Rwanda Institute of Architects, that's a movement that even other countries developed in the professionals have gone through. But today, we have grown. We came in when we were only two Rwandese when this institute was starting. Today, Mr. President, I want to tell you that I have a force of over 80 registered CHUES with stamps. We have a target by 2024, we will be 500. 500 CHUESs only. What a force. What a change in our construction industry. What we need is to come along and we support this movement. There are some laws that we all that need to be changed, and they can't change when we are not united. We can't develop when we are not together. So I call upon all members to come and join this movement, and what we need, we'll get it. We have 123 CHUESs working in the private sector, in all different firms. We have 21 CHUES that are in the government-related institutions, 6 in the education sector, and 3 in banks. If everyone starts lobbying through where he is and do real marketing, that is a force that the institute will be having, and the industry will go and the industry will change. Going back to the theme of the week, Mr. President, I want to tell you that our CHUES member, we have already joined our fellow African Association of CHUESs on a theme says that professional global consistency in presenting construction life cycle costs and carbon emission in construction. This is where the profession is moving. So we are on the right track. They have all the reading materials, and they urge us to read this and understand it, because that's where we're going. Next few years, we'll be making money through, and people are already making money through carbon emissions. Let's not stay behind. Let's be on it. And a theme came at the right time. When I saw the theme, I said, wow, I think we are ahead of our seniors. We are not ahead, but we are together. We also request our brothers, architects, you are the very people who get these projects first, to know about projects. Please, don't leave us behind. We need to grow with you. We have, as I mentioned, so these are young gentlemen. Those who are at least who have practiced for 8 years, we should put up a fund to start our own farms. We should try to encourage them to put up farms so that we can accommodate our young sisters and brothers who are coming, who are behind us. Without these farms, they will be still struggling and they will not enjoy the profession. So it is now the requesting and asking our brothers who have at least stabilized to support these young men. Invest in them. We can invest in them and then we grow with them and they will make money for you. They enjoy, you enjoy. I also urge with our education, at least to put in our entrepreneurial skills additives within these courses. Let's not argue that the government has not given us employment, someone has not employed. Let's think out of box. And with these entrepreneurial additives and motivation that we'll be giving our brothers, young brothers in education sector, who are out and those who are in the university, that will encourage them to come and we start. The way you started the GMK at Chinova, we saw you how you're starting. Oh, the way I started. I'm happy. They should be happy. They have not loved their profession because I think they have not seen the good yield. But I urge them out to stand up and join the movement, join the institute, support the institute. If they will call for a meeting, come. If there is a meeting, join. If there is an event, go there, meet, air out your views. But air out your views, we have a mouthpiece. Rwanda Institute of Architects is there to lobby for you, is there to advise, is there to mentor you. Don't just go on Twitter and start tweeting, complaining about the government. No, it's the government that made you who you are. It's a government that has paid for you. It's a government that has put these institutions in place. They are supporting us. But just going on social media does not help and can't solve your problem. So I advise my young brothers and sisters to come into the RHA, air out your views, and then we'll solve them. And also maybe for the QSS, together with the president of Rwanda Institute of Architects, we wrote officially to the Minister of Infrastructure requesting for appointment to air out our issues that you have. Recently, we are surprised. One of the institutions, the government institution, advertised and was giving a chance, an opening for a civil engineer in for the post of senior quantity surveyor. Mr. President, that's the way things are going. It is not a fight and a cause for only choice. Even lawyers, even medics, all professionals should stand to lobby for each other and support each other. Together we can stand. Once we don't support each other, soon we'll be off court. Soon we'll be seeing pharmacists in the theater operating. That we can't allow. And that's not what our government is really training us to do and urging for. So we call upon our brothers to support us, and then we grow the profession. We also want to urge our brothers and sisters, if there's any issue about money to subscribe for the institution, please, you should come out and then we negotiate. I believe in negotiations. If maybe the terms are high, the fees are high, we can sit with as a council and then we see how best can we do it. And I believe that we can even sit and write projects that can be subscribing for the institute for you in order to grow better. We have now openings with East African County Surveyors Chapter, Africa Association of our County Surveyors. They send us CPDs. It is now upon us to use these CPDs well, and we enrich our professional ethics and our professional standards. I also want to thank again REA. Why REA? But I think 2010, that's when the first students choice entered the University of Rwanda. By then it was KIST. By 2023, we got them out. We got a young, brilliant young men who are out today and doing good work. But because of the laws, which were in place by then, for them they thought that they should maybe found Rwanda Contest Surveyors Institute. But I want to tell you that even those big economies, they joined. Like, let's say in Kenya, it was like that for so many years, and many other countries. And it never stopped the professional to grow. Our brothers took us on, only 2 men. You have joined today, registered with a stamp, 87, but how best can we use our stamps, and how best can we market ourselves where you feel that you are not the law, or you are not praying in your space well. We'll reach there and we'll be there. Don't get discouraged. Just be motivated and stand to support the institute. I once again thank you so much, and I urge you to enjoy the Rwanda Architecture Week. God bless you.
Thank you, Courtesy Surveyor Charles Rugira, for those remarks. I would like to welcome for our next presentation Engineer Emmanuel Ahabwe, who represents BRD. He's going to talk about financing models that aligns with the affordable housing initiatives. Please welcome, sir.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. As you've heard, my name is Emmanuel Ahabwe, and I work for the Development Bank of Rwanda. I'm an engineer by profession, and I'm also in the Institute of Engineers, Rwanda. So the language you're speaking here, I understand. But today I work with the bank, and I coordinate the Rwanda Housing Finance Project, which is the government of Rwanda project with the World Bank, basically to support Rwandans, low household income, to access housing, decent housing, among the SDG goals. I know you work hard contributing to that. So the fund was established to support a specific group who can hardly access financing on the market, and so that they can really have access to housing. So being architects, being quantity surveyors or urban planners, I know that when you talk about housing, you understand, and it's what you do mostly as you contribute to the development agenda. So I think, so I have a short presentation that can just trigger maybe a discussion, and where you have areas of interest, that's where maybe I can dwell much. So I already did that background. It was in 2018 when the government negotiated this project, and it started in 2019. So it's a 150,000 USD project, but it has components. So the key components, maybe if I reach there, I may not take time on that first slide, but we have a component one, which has a bigger amount of the fund, 117 million. So what do we do here? We work with financial institutions to access this fund, and then they get those clients among their the list of clients who qualify for the fund. So if you saw here, we work with this range of people, project houses with monthly income ranging between 200 to 700 to acquire a house that is not more than 35 million. And they have to have their owner's contribution at least minimum of 10%. So with this one, we have a target to at least have 6,000 mortgages, and then this fund can continue and become a revolving fund. So a project establishes this portfolio. When people begin repaying, then others access the fund, but meanwhile the government pays back the loan, and then the fund stays. And then to be again looking for other sources, so to make it an established fund. But for that to happen, BRD is currently drawing a temporary role, but it is needed to establish an institution, which is called Rwanda Mortgage Refinancing Company, that now will take on maintaining and playing that role. So as of today, we have 6 banks and other microfinance institutions participating in the fund. But as we will see later, it's not going well as expected. Component number 2 is about technical assistance to the institutions that are involved in the housing agenda. Maybe possibly that could be some areas of partnership on this component. It's also not less money, 3 million USD. So what we do, the project is staffed, and then at least so far we have 8 institutions, mostly government, and then banks receiving some technical assistances in terms of the needed information, doing some studies that they need to avail data, but also reviewing the frameworks, legal framework and the programs in general. You're also trying to establish systems like online systems where a demand can be found, they register, and so if you come and want to develop, you know who is in need of what. So actually we are launching the first layer of the system during this expo to begin to at least capture that data. The last component is related to the subsidy around the infrastructure. So the government has an infrastructure program. Some of you maybe architects who have been involved in projects that are developing affordable, and then they apply for the infrastructure subsidy. So it's a government program, but because of the treasury constraints, the government requested the World Bank to use part of the other 150 to be supporting that role. So we have 30 million put aside for that. When a project is approved as affordable housing project, then the infrastructure is a subsidy around the estate. So in that one, we do it in collaboration with Rwanda Housing. We have a memorandum of understanding in place. So they do A, we do B at the end, so that there are no delays like it used to be in the first waiting for to budget for that and to wait for many years. As I mentioned, as any other project, we have some challenges, and they are twofold. One is on the demand side and one is on the supply side. So I know maybe in this room there could be some potential beneficiaries of the project, but the whole idea the whole issue is around the purchasing power generally for the Rwandan society. So when you talk of people who earn 700,000 as take home, they have very few in terms of the employment market. And yet the supply available is actually even not near there to them. So the houses we see, the estates that come up, they are really high, they're high end, so there is no specific product designed for them, and that's why there's a need for government intervention. So the purchasing power is, for the target group, they mentioned earlier, 200, 700 Rwandan francs. Yes, they are there, but even if they think of buying a house, then maybe it could be a product that is really affordable or cheap for them to manage, so that they can maintain other household needs. Then around supply, they introduced me to talk about the finance schemes, and when you talk about finance here, then as you see, I'm dwelling on the financing the buyers. But the developers who do the construction, they also need finance. So it's a very big issue. Even based as a development bank, you find that the interest rates are very high. For somebody applying for a loan to do a house, a real estate, for example. So, and fixing interest rates, it depends from the source of the fund, where that fund come from. So before having access to longer term finance, cheaper finance from the lenders, there's no way the interest rate will ever come down. But at least there are some interventions again happening there, as maybe I would see in my last slide. Then also the incentive. When you talk about affordable housing and talk about infrastructure subsidy, the owner incentive, maybe it couldn't really sound attractive to that sector, where we've seen even globally the government or the key partners, they need to invest in much so that make the program attractive. So there's need for, we have seen developers asking for the off-take guarantee. They need tax exemptions, and the government will tell you, when you touch on tax, that's also our base. How will you do other infrastructure where they are needed? And all that, it's hindering the supply as needed. Then you've talking about the quantity surveying and the construction costs. And I'm sure most of you have seen this. If you enter into a BOQ and see how construction cost materials are escalated, there's no way you can achieve affordability when there's nothing done around the curbing the costs of that are really shooting, even due to inflation, all that we have seen. So it has affected the supply of affordable houses. So in conclusion and the recommendations, all the initiatives that are in place, first of all, we've come to understand that affordable housing, when you think about it, it's not only immediately think about ownership. So I may not be able to afford to buy today, but I definitely need where to stay. So it can be affordable, even if it is rental for now. So we think about government revisiting the category group in terms of ownership, but also create more accesses or different tenures for different income to access. So if today I'm not able to buy, but I'm able to rent in a nearby location, if we were to do the upgrading around the informal settlements that are near the city, near the job locations, can stay there comfortably, and I think of owning at a later stage. So proposals have been put on table, and the government as of today is looking down into this. So we do have different categories: ownership, rental schemes, rent-to-own options. So a variety of those, so people can choose where they can go. Then in terms of supply, establishing affordable developer fund. Here, like for instance, I have like BD again is doing something, I would say small, but in partnership with the government. So there is a fund that has come, the Economic Recovery Fund, ERF2, and among the negotiations, the affordable housing sector, because it's about manufacturing, but we know we have manufacturing for construction material. So if I'm doing my affordable housing project and I'm using locally made material, I can buy the materials which are made in Rwanda, if I want to use a loan at a cheaper interest rate. So only that section of that, at least that is going to happen with this fund. Again, most developers have been complaining about the eligibility criteria. You know, we have too much ambitions when we look at the master plan, when we look at what is needed to be put in places in terms of densification. So when we do all that and you require stable and strong structures, so there's been eligibility criteria tied around that. And even the mix, how many affordable houses you have to put on a location, and then you have just a minimum number of units you can put that are market rate. So the government is reviewing that eligibility criteria so that now it can really look attractive for developers, and not only focus on big developers, but at least put a minimum number that even local developers can come in and they deliver the few they can, as we wait and advance to even have a big and mega projects that you have currently seen. All those major ones that start, at a point they are on hold. They stop because there is a pandemic, because there is a crisis. So it's better begin small but have something delivered on the side. So this is all I want to talk about. And as I conclude, one key major revision that we are doing around the project is that originally it started focusing at buying units located in estates, but because the project is time bound, we are remaining with only 2.5 years to end the project. So we've negotiated with the government to open up. We know we have other enforcements of how people do their developments, and we know that Rwandans still like to build for themselves, and they have anyway, they have the liberty as per the master plan. I have my plot. So we are opening up that opportunity where now individual homes, if somebody located a house where it is, as long as it is within that category. And again, another window of even, there are even some who earn more than 700, maybe to 1.2, to 1.5, but still it's hard for them to even access mortgage at the normal interest rate. So in the project, there's a window, not more than 30% of the fund, where we are going to be considering units that are available, ranging between 35 to 60 million. We can also fund those at even a lower interest rate under the less than what is available on the market. So with that one, we are thinking, we know that some of the architects or even quantity surveyors are developers themselves. So in case you're interested in this, we can partner and work together and use the fund and you also do business. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Engineer Emmanuel. Thank you, Engineer Emmanuel. We're glad to see that banks are willing and are involved in the growth of our environment and built environment, and applying change and finding innovative ways to help our institutes as well of architects and to our community as well to build and provide, affordable housing, among other things. I would like to welcome our next presenter from Journeyman International, Carly Althoff, AIA, American Institute of Architects, licensed architect and executive art director. Joanne Nsenga, aspiring architect and Africa regional manager. Thank you. Okay. No problem. How does this work? Do I press here? All right.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. I first of all want to thank the Rwandan Institute of Architecture for inviting us here and for allowing us to present. It's a real privilege to be invited to this space and interact with all of the other professionals in our industry. Yeah, I would love to talk about our company called Journeyman International, which is an architectural social enterprise here in Rwanda. Myself, I'm Carly. I'm an architect from the United States. I came here to Kigali 4 years ago with sort of a vision to build a network in the architectural community and hopefully establish an office or a branch of the organization that we emerged from. Journeyman International started in the United States. It was born as a not-for-profit, an NGO that provides sort of humanitarian architectural services to organizations, nonprofits, social businesses all over the world. So just as our, let's see, how does, oh, okay, cool, just making sure. So yeah, Journeyman International, our mandate is shown here called Build What Matters Most. And that, as you can see in some of the annual reports I handed out to some tables, it goes into more detail on this, but our vision across the world is to build what matters most, which is like projects in the built environment that serve communities in need, people experiencing vulnerability or crisis. We talk about even here the green emergency of climate change and things like this as well. These are issues that we hope to address in our organization. And so I'll go a little bit into the backstory, but first of all, I just want to share more of the vision of our business or our model. And so we're an architecture firm here in Rwanda, but we are not a normal architecture firm in that we, as part of our values, we aim to provide a valuable service at affordable cost to organizations doing humanitarian work because we believe that quality architecture has the power to mitigate the world's hardships and crises. We also strive to bridge the gap between the design industry and global humanitarian aid and sustainable development. And this happens through partnering with local organizations or architects or professionals in the built environment in different parts of the world. Also having students participate in architectural design projects in university and also in partnership with the organizations themselves who are doing the building work. So we provide the designs and we hand off to a local professional in whatever country, and they build. And we make sure to work very closely with these construction professionals. So it's kind of what our vision is about. Our team, so this kind of starts with how JI, we call it Journeyman International JI, was founded in the United States by a friend of mine named Daniel. You can see here he's currently our president of the organization based in the United States, and he was instrumental in helping to set up this office here in Kigali. And myself here, I'm the executive director, have been here in Rwanda for 4 years, last 2 years, really diving deeper into building a network and establishing the company here in Rwanda to operate as a company so that we can start hiring local professionals and building a team to manage projects all across the region. We also have Claude Butera, who is presenting on behalf of RHA over there, who is helping us and partnering on a part-time basis to help us bring our design concepts to the next level of detail and to also interact with other local authorities and kind of assuring quality of the projects that we do here in Rwanda. I'm joined here by my colleague Joanna, Joanna is an aspiring architect and has been working here in Rwanda and the United States and has amazing experience that she's brought to the table the last couple of years in helping to build the office here and build the organization from the ground up, really. Talking about also homegrown solutions, this organization has become sort of homegrown here in Rwanda with a reach that's just beyond the country, even regionally across Africa. Even we work on projects in Asia and South America on a remote basis. So Joanna and also Jules, sitting over here, have been a very big part of the growth or the beginning steps of the company here. And we've also had some amazing interns from the University of Rwanda who have come through our program over the last few years and designed projects here, which some of them are going into construction and we're seeing them through. I'll share a little bit about how JI works. The majority of our projects are done actually by volunteers who are architects or students studying design or engineering all over the world. These volunteers or students come to us wanting to give their time on a project that serves people in need. So we connect them to the organizations that come to us also asking for design support. So because we provide architectural design at an affordable rate, because we're partially supported by a charity in the United States, we're able to provide this to organizations that might not be able to afford a high-end architectural firm. And we do this by, our internal team working with volunteers from different countries who are learning and doing research about the context and understanding the needs of the project and needs of whatever community we're serving. And we work with them to provide the most appropriate design that fits in the context of the climate, it fits in the cultural context, wherever we're designing for. And sometimes we're even joined by mentors from different architectural firms or industries who are also very pivotal in helping us deliver the best design for our clients. So many mentors come from architectural firms that sponsor our organization, or they're available to give a pro bono mentoring time, or maybe even work on a project themselves in partnership with one of our volunteer designers. And that's been really helpful too, in having that professional support from more experienced organizations to help sometimes students who are just learning about architecture and learning what makes a good design and a quality, detailed project. So at the end of our design process, we hand over a design concept to the local organization who has a team in place to implement it and work on the ground to build it. And we kind of follow up over time. So it's usually kind of the concept that we provide, and then we hand off, and hopefully they build something that serves people. This can be, we'll go into more detail on the kinds of projects that we do, but it's all across the board. We do educational projects, we do housing, we do medical, anything that serves people experiencing vulnerability. That's our criteria, and goes back to our mantra of build what matters most, and that's what matters to us. And I'll kind of, I guess, hand it off a little bit to Joanna to show more, or to explain more about what we're doing specifically here in Rwanda and why our model is effective.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be speaking with you guys. So I'll talk a little bit about what makes us different from traditional firms, as you would say. So basically, I'm sure, as we all know, the clients handle the hard cost of construction. So our niche is, in terms of the soft cost, we offer to be paid 5% of what a traditional soft cost would be, to enable the client to be able to move forward and financially focus on the hard cost to be able to complete these humanitarian projects. So that's sort of our niche, and we provide them the same quality design proposals as a traditional firm would do. This is a little bit of our statistics for this year, 2021. We've done projects, 145 design proposals completed in 44 countries globally. We've also had 4 projects either built or in construction currently, 2 new university partnerships, and we've had 17 volunteers of interdisciplinary professions in 9 countries.
So we want to give a couple of examples to kind of show. Oh wait, looks like okay. Thank you. That kind of show what type of work we've done specifically in Rwanda, and we will add to that sort of at the end to show projects we've done outside of Rwanda. But here are some examples of projects. This one's actually built. It's a physiotherapy center in Munini, down in the south or west. And this project was designed by a volunteer architectural firm in the U.S. working with a local organization remotely to create the most appropriate space for these children with disabilities in this sector. Before this project was built, there were very, very few opportunities for physiotherapy in Rwanda, especially in this area. And so this local nonprofit, they reached out to us. They said, we want to build something that will serve these kids in need who have some kind of physical or mental disabilities that they can use to have therapy and to rehabilitate these kids. So everyone who works here is from this local organization, and once we handed off the design concept, there was a local contractor who was able to assemble a team and to build it within a couple of years. I think it was finished just before the pandemic started, or just around that time. So since then, the last couple of years has been able to serve the local community, and we were able to visit a few months ago and see the finished product. It was really amazing to see what they've done there. So that's one project that we've done. This one I have a very personal, deep connection with, because this library, which has grown into a multi-purpose community center, was the first project that I got involved with in Rwanda. It brought me here in the first place in 2017. We first built a library in this rural village in Burera district, and that library is now serving multiple sectors across the region. And kids and adults come from all around to access educational materials, books, computers. And it's nearby Virunga Lodge, if you know where that is. But since we built the library, the community came to us and they asked, we want to build more. We have access to finance. We want to have classrooms now for our preschool, and we also want a latrine. We also want a community center for people to come and gather. And so Journeyman, our team, we came together and we produced more designs to be implemented here, and we've been able to follow up through the construction process as each phase is built. So it's a very inspiring project in the way that the local community has just grown this movement in education in their area, and we were able to partner with them as architects and create the right space for them to impact their community. And then I'll hand it off to Joanna to explain a few more projects.
Thank you. So this next project is called Empower Hub. It was one of our first prototypes that we wanted to test in the secondary cities. It's located in the eastern part of Rwanda, and it was mainly proposed to be an industrial commercial hub for rural communities to help them boost their businesses, industrial sectors. And they're now, I believe, located in 5 different villages throughout the eastern community. What you're seeing right now are renders for Empower Hub 2.0. The client fortunately came back with us to partner again to produce new Empower Hubs at a bigger scale this time. Also, we like to do a building evaluation of our projects shortly after they're built, just to understand what is lacking, what is needed. So the results from that, and also partnering with the client, produce the second Empower Hub 2.0. What you're looking at over here is Aspire Academy. This is actually, we finished the design proposal recently. The clients are currently fundraising to produce this school located in a rural community in Bugesera. Their niche for this project was to provide high-level education to the rural community and also provide them adequate classrooms to sort of boost their confidence in growing up as a kid and going to a good school regardless of the community that you're in. In short, I believe within the next first or 2 years, this project should be starting construction. And this is just a collage of some of the projects that we've completed this year and in progress. As you can see to the top left is Kilimbi Eco Lodge Community Center, which is also to be yet to be constructed. And we have Chesda Solar Village in Zimbabwe. Moving forward to one of our current ones that are in progress in Thailand, a sustainable home that we've actually partnered with students to kind of do research on materials for this building. Our third one is Nandi Farmstay and Community Center, which is also in progress, located in the Eastern Province as well, on the shores of Muhazi. It's sort of a master plan to help him move forward with his building ideas of an eco-lodge and also community center to enhance what's already in there in the community, bring tourism, and also business opportunities.
Okay. And on the bottom here, there are two other projects. One's a health training center that we just completed the design. Actually, a volunteer from Angola partnered with us to design this health training facility and housing in Zambia. So we're kind of joining these people from all over to collaborate together. And that was just finished, and they're going towards fundraising and construction this year. And then the Gisimba Memorial Center, which is just here in Kigali, we're actually working with 2 university thesis students who are working at the University of Rwanda to provide a design concept for the Gisimba Memorial to expand its facilities, which have been operating for many years. So being able to partner also with these organizations that have been doing great work and just need to renovate or expand their facilities has been a great opportunity for us to even bring in students from the University of Rwanda and all around as well to kind of contribute to this, to the growth of society in Rwanda and the development of the infrastructure. And do you want to start with getting?
So how to get involved, you may ask. We have the tools to change lives, and we also have the tools to empower and enhance communities. And we also offer opportunities for volunteers, be it professionals, be it students, to get involved. And the way we work is just visit our website and submit an application. To even mentor is something that we consider as well.
Awesome. Yeah, just like Joanna was saying, they're great opportunities for anyone in our industry to get involved. It doesn't have to be a business partnership. You can provide pro bono time if you want to partner with us on the design of something, or mentor a student, or give or collaborate in any way. We're very open to this kind of thing because, as I said, part of our mandate is not only to provide the design service, but also to collaborate with other professionals and to empower the young emerging architects of Rwanda and across East Africa to contribute to these great architectural humanitarian works that are being done. So it's been a pleasure to present all of this to you. You might see some annual reports floating around. Feel free to look at that. That's from last year. We have a new annual report. If you go to our website, you can see what we've done in 2021. And with that, we'll kind of hand it off to the next. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Journeyman International team. Thank you for setting an example of what architects and firms can do outside of profit, obviously, and advocacy and passion for the field. It is also important to note after the presentation that green and affordability as a system can be expanded and achieved in all other sectors. I would like to welcome our next presenter, which is who is architect Nicola, who's an architect at Global Architecture Collaborative. Global Architecture Collaborative is an award-winning firm of designers, artists, educators, and researchers dedicated to helping those with little or no access to design. They're located in Rwanda and in New York. Welcome.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Nicholas. I'm an architect here in Rwanda. I work with General Architecture Collaborative. So, few things I would like to share with you today is a different approach of our firm towards the affordability, the cost, and everything that goes with the different projects. So, I would like to start with introducing to you who we are. We're a group of different professions. We are a group of architects, designers, artists, educators, researchers. We work with great people, as you just mentioned, in a way to make sure that we are bringing something that at times is not easy to get on the market, designed for people who can't really afford those different parameters that go with it. We work on 4 different pillars, I say. There is construction delivery, the community engagement and inclusion, the research innovation, and then it's all capped up with the design. So today I'm going to talk about some of our projects. There are 4 of them. These reference projects all are based in rural areas, except one that is maybe some of you might have seen in the city of Kigali. So these 4 projects, I'm going to talk about Hope for Life Dormitories. It's located in Masaka, Kichukiro. And then there is Masoro Learning and Sports Center, located in Rulindo, Northern Province. And then there is Masoro Health Center, the same place, and then the Loft, which is the one that I was talking about in Kigali. This Hope for Life dormitories, it's a rehabilitation home for boys. It's now under construction. In many cases, as you know, there has been different kids who don't have access to homes, and maybe before they get to the different families they're dedicated to, they need a place to stay. So this dormitory is designed to house 30 boys, and there are 2 caretakers, and their bedrooms are in a way organized to cater for different age groups. In this way, it also helps them to feel the different levels of confidence, because though they are in the transition stage, they have to feel like a homely environment. This facility also has an administration block that is under construction currently. It's going to be a 2-level building. And in a way, the way we built this building, it was in a way to promote affordability and also help the clients achieve their dream in terms of bringing these homes on the table. In most of our projects, you'll see that we try to leave the materials at their basic level, but also to bring this beauty whereby it answers to the solution, but also makes the architectural part of it look unique and very outstanding for the users. So on this specific one, as you can see, the exterior and interior was more of exposed bricks. We used the technique that is normally introduced by SCAT. I'm sure quite of you know the process. So, and then we have exposed brick elements. For example, the slabs and the ceiling remain exposed to bring this standing out of the architectural element. As you can see from this specific slide, you see where we have exposed the brick and then there is where we have plastered. In this way, we try to go away from the normal plastering of bricks, and yet it brings the project to be more expensive. In this manner, we used what they call ISSB block, the interlocked stabilized blocks. So also, again, talking with the client, for us, we would have even liked to expose it. But there are also some negotiations that go in. The client felt like it's better to add plaster, but yet also it's something that left it less expensive compared to how if you could have taken the nice brick like that and then plaster it. And then we use bright colors to bring a legible path in through the spaces and also make people understand the different spaces in which they are accessing. Again, on this specific project, there's this idea whereby once things become structural, there's the formwork in terms of making, let's say, columns and the beams, and those are the things we waste at the end. Sometimes they take a lot of money, but seeing at the end how it comes about, you see that you've lost something. So we started experiencing some things like doing precast columns and beams within the ground in a way that from that picture you can see we started now doing precast beams under the ground. It was quite a process because, of course, we also have to train people to understand this concept. But as you can see from this specific slide, this is the result of the different beams and columns we did on the ground. Then we had to lift them up to get this good architectural element. I'll talk about Masoro Learning and Sports Center. Maybe many of you have seen it. This center is in a way, it has different facilities. It has a library. It also has classrooms, IT rooms, and then it also has a multipurpose hall whereby the community is empowered to know their talents more, to explore more in the different sectors. So mainly it's based on the different rights that we would like to emphasize in these areas, like the rights to play, especially this is the multipurpose hall where we have kids coming in to do some music classes, to play, some people come in to do yoga as well. It's made of wooden floor, and this is something that people have shown to like, and they've made really use of it. And also on this other slide, when we came in, for example, this basketball court, people were afraid, and the men were the ones mostly using it. But this time, the women are the ones doing the basketball every Friday. So it's a very interesting idea to see how it has transformed the area. Again, we have different spaces to explore. Like in this specific area, it's the children playing both indoor and outdoor. But this slide is a group called We Read. I'm not sure the name, but the both areas are being used by the same people, but being used in different manners. Okay, so in the process, what we did was three things: by the use of local building materials and also participation of the community. We mostly use the people who live in those places, and also we use the local materials to come up with the different things to somehow go away from the conventional ways that exist. From that slide, you see like our ceilings, our part of the walls are made of reeds, and this combination of the local materials brings about something that is affordable and also something that that is very unique in a way that answers to the users, and also women empowerment. In this specific project, 40% were women and 60% were men working on the construction projects. And then the Masoro Health Center, this is also an Architizer Awards finalist. It recently got to that level, and in this specific project, our aim was to create a client community hygiene standards that have efficiency of use, upgrade the maternity services, curative services, and also make use of the terrain that was very, very challenging in a way that it's legible for a patient to know which place to go to and have these specific spaces very near to them, as opposed to the health center that are existing around the place. Still, it's by the use of local materials, local labor to come up with the different architectural elements. So in this specific project, the idea was to understand healthcare as more than just medical, but also be something that involves education, prevention, and maintenance at the end. Because most of these projects, it's good I heard Journeyman has the same concept. We normally you normally take it on like 2 years after to see how things are going and see if there's some things we could improve or make it stand, and then at the end we give it like the government. Like this specific project is governmental, but we did 2 years and then we gave it off. Still, these are the local people being trained about the different building techniques. So we have skilled laborers and then unskilled. So they normally work together and then at the end have the product that we envision to have. So my final presentation is on the kind of, sometimes we think of high-end projects to be really expensive, but it can be both in a way. So in this specific project, we were building, first of all, in Kakiru. It's a place that is very outstanding, and we had to make sure that the client is having a good product, but also be able to build it. So first of all, this terrain was very, very challenging in a way, and the idea was to have the most views that we can ever have, and also be able to bring this guest feeling, because it's a guest house, and the feeling that this specific project brings is made of standard concrete frame with roll-up bond, and then it's still something that you can look up to, to be a guest. But still, we expose the brick, we treat the ceiling in a way that is still very basic enough, but give the spaces the best that it could get. Also, the apartments are identical. As you can see, they're stepped, and in a way, 50% of each apartment hosts a roof terrace above it. And these strategies just helped promote the living spaces in dense urban environments, especially like that one. And that was the process. Still using of the materials that are affordable, and then the local community. So also, I would like to say something that these are the projects that are currently built, some of them, but in a way, it's to also advocate for an idea that sometimes there's not one way to do things, and being very flashy doesn't mean that it's also the best kind of architecture. So we could do something affordable and also something very answering to the people's needs. So yeah, so I think that's it. Thank you very much. You can look up different other projects. I don't think it's visible, but we can talk after. It's on gacollaborative.org. We have quite a number of projects, and you're always welcome. There are different ways that you can be part of the movement. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Nicholas. Please, I would like to remind you that we'll be taking questions after 2 presentations. So write them down and hold on to them. Again, it is great to see more firms being involved and adequately delivering sustainable solutions, at the same time improving the lives of our communities. Before I continue, before I open the floor to the next presenter, which is Safintra, I would like to highlight that when our presenter was mentioned that women were using the basketball court, only 1 woman applauded. So for that reason, I would like to highlight the change of the room as soon as the ladies in front of me, young female graduate architects, entered. Trust me, this is a huge need and a huge improvement. It is important to equally highlight that in order to create impact for everyone, hopefully, we will need everyone to be included. And on a side note, I heard that these leaders are working with GMK, so hopefully in the future, the Institute, once we see more firms competing to employ more women in their firms, there will be awards provided. So great job, DMK. So I would like to open the floor to our next presenter, which is Safintra, our platinum sponsor of this event, who are the leading producers of roofing sheets, accessories, and structural steel products in Rwanda. Welcome, Safintra.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Estash Wizemana. I work with Safintra Rwanda as a design engineer. It's a great honor to be here with the Institute of Architecture in Rwanda. Today we are going to have different type of products, but today we would have to present to you the 2 products. The one is Surf Build. The second one will be Ultraspan. So before I move, I would like to let you know, first of all, who we are. Safintra Rwanda is a company that we've deal with building solutions. It is a member of Safari Group, which we operate in 80 countries with 36 operations, with a great experience of 6 years. So we are Africa's largest manufacturer of steel roofing, continental first producer of aluminum and zinc coated steel, and we have 2,500 employees in 8 countries. We have our vision, mission, and values. In Africa, built with pride. Our mission is to deliver trusted building solutions that are made with pride and care to provide superior customer value. Our values is strong customer focus, excellence in all we do, partnerships for shared success, a commitment for ethics and compliance to care for our employees, our community, and the environment. So most of you used to know Safintra on different type of materials, like roofing solutions, our different type of sheets, accessories, roofers, gutters, installations, cyclones, cross sections. Most of you used to know us in this type of materials, which we have a look in our stand in the basement 1. So we have, before we provide any solutions, we have first to know what is the pain point in a project. In the pain point in a project, you find cost overrun, low quality materials, no consistency due to multiple suppliers, unscrupulous contractors, brick and mortar structure are static, lack flexibility. There is also building complexity, construction speed, and completion delays. So those are the pains, first of all, we feel when we are in this industry. Now Safintra come up with a solution called the self-build. And here we first now to ask ourselves, why self-build pre-engineering buildings? Why we come up with this solution? Now, it has benefits for clients, engineers, and the developers. For clients, it reduces in the construction time, lower cost due to the system approach, where there is significant saving in the design. There is quality control as a building, as a manufacturer, completely in the factory under controlled conditions, the quality is assured. Single vendor and design flexibility. Now for engineers and the architects, there is fast and the lower cost design vis-a-vis the current design practices. Mix big and small design in one project, align with new digital technology, ability to offer clients fully pre-organized steel structure. For the developers, it is the total project speed, durable quality buildings, fast return, paying clients moving faster, lower ongoing maintenance cost. Self-build value proposition. There is durability, aesthetic, assured process, fast and easy construction, and eco-friendly. For durability, we have galvanized steel, which has a high tensile stress of 450. It is lighter steel built with generation. Aesthetic, fewer supports, smaller sections, automations, fast, accurate, and repeatable
to meet your need. Assurance, as you know, Safintra, with experience and the quality of the product, you have Safintra quality assurance. Fast and easy construction. Fast, dry construction and movable when required. When you say dry constructions, we see it in before. It is dry because there's no mortar, you just things you come assembled and they are bolted. So, eco-friendly. This is green buildings, 100% steel recyclable, save water during construction, and reduce use of timber, saving our nature. You see, this is also comes as a solution as we are having with. Now, why self-build from Safintra? It is lead time, delivery, credibility, durability, and the convenience. So, as you can see, this is where you can use your self-build, where it is applicable for now. There is for a warehouse, you know, we are in a growing country that in every district, it has a free economic zone where they have to build some industries. So we come up as a solutions where you have been struggling with welding or sections, but this self-build, as we will see in the next slides, you will see how easy it is and quick and good. So it can be applicable for warehouse, market sheds, animal sheds, utility, schools, and churches. Those are where you can use this product. Now I've told you that this is a product that can save your time. As you can see here, start to finish, between 12 and 16 weeks, you can have your warehouse completed or a church. Those are the stages: design, quotation, order, process, consolidate, and the final due, supply, erection with supervision, and certifications. So when we are doing in this process, there's structure preparations, approval of drawings, supply of material at site, erections of fabricated the portal, installation of paren and brace, installation of wall grid and braces, roofing, wall cladding, plus all other the accessories, vents, skylights, doors, windows, and the other finishes materials. So those are actually the stages we go through. So, but from the starting and to the end, between 12 and 16 weeks, you have your warehouse or anything else. So it depends on the complexity. Sometimes these even comes low than this. Those are the process. The reason why this one becomes quick, by the time people are moving to site, if the drawings are approved, for us we start manufacturing of the product. So the site is ready. They have started now casting. If they started the casting, this is where we first supply the bolts and the nuts, so that and the plates, it will be casted there. So by the time they're doing that work, for us we are working on the structure. So they will be ready when the structure members also are ready on the site. They are at the site, they are already supplied. So we take the members and then we bolt to them and then we finish. So those are the erections of fabricated portal, installation of parings, installation of wall grid, installation of ocean items like installations if they are required, and the roofing and cladding. So those are some standard, what we call standard units that we can achieve. As I have said, this is a solution that gives you a design flexibility, and it gives you a clear span for when we are doing like a warehouse where we go up to 24-meter clear span. So of course it can go higher, but the 24 is the standard. You can have a single unit of 10 by 20 and 4.5 meter, 15 by 30, 24 by 84. There is now when two are combined, 15 by 30. You can have larger scale market, 24 by 60. You can have small market, 12 by 30. You can even have small sheds, like 3 by 3. You can even have the small stalls, like 3 by 3. You can even have larger churches, 24 by 84. Then medium churches, 12 by 36. And the small churches, 12 by 24. This is the single classrooms. Like in this time, we was having issues of having classrooms. And then you find building classrooms. Now we target in the holidays, but you find in the holidays you don't have that time. You find the people will come to school when the schools are not ready. But this is a solution that they can serve you. You have classroom blocks. You can even have dormitories and even dining hall. So you can see in a shorter time you can have a complete school. It works even for sport, machinery, car parks, bus stops. So when you see structurally, this is how it looks. We have members, we have apex bracers and the rafters, and then also after doing this is when we come with we clad with the sheets. So if you have an inquiry, this is it's a project information. There's information that you have to supply for us to quote if you are going to court. This will be shared. It gives you some few details on the project. The second one is the ultraspan. The ultraspan is a light gauge steel trusses. Light gauge steel trusses, which is lighter, which doesn't add too much load on the buildings. They are galvanized and the aluminum zinc coated. It has high strength, life weight. This time people was having issues of UI checks. You have been fighting with engineers that if you want to add something on top of the roof, now it is adding loads. So this material is really a good solution for you. It is in zeta shape, and they are not expensive because we have been using them for some of the project. I have seen someone from Rwanda Housing mentioning a project in Busanza. So the FAT 20 buildings was roofed with this kind of materials. You see how it is lighter. You can even assemble. There is no welding. It is just you cut parties and then you bolt them. You can even cut the whole roof and then you put on top. It even saves a time. So those are some of the projects we did with these. There is schools. There is a Rwanda National Police headquarters. It is roofed with those kind of materials. This is a project in Kinigi. It is Virunga in Resort. This is a schools which was built in Yamata. So it can even have a combination of timber and this one once you want to have your flattened roof on top. So everything is designed by software. It gives us all different members. Just you can even cut and then you assemble them at the factory. You carry your truss and then you assemble them at the site. It is really a very good product. Maybe you will have to get more details from us. Those are our address. There is an email. There is our telephone number. For more information, you can even come to us or visit our factory or exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you, Safintra. Thankfully, there are preparations made part of the week program to visit Safintra Industry, among other places, on Saturday. So all of you are welcome to attend and avail yourselves. Our next presenter is architect Kafa Angwenyi with No Craft Studio, who will be presenting on lean design. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you guys. My students have become architects. Emmanuel, nice to see you. Nice to see my seniors. And I thank you for the opportunity you've given to also give my 2 cents on the green, what do you call it? Towards the green emergency agenda, meaning it's not an emergency, you stop everything and attend to it first. I have been blessed to be in Rwanda for now 16 years. I think when I leave Rwanda, I'm finished. You know, like that car you sell, you know, like this one is going to just trouble the buyer. You know? You've taken out the productive life out of it. That's the way I think I am. I've spent most of my life around. What Architect Kamia was saying, we saw it happening, and we can't thank you enough for the effort you've put to organize the practice. When we came, it was a bit all over. Anybody could call themselves anything and get away with it. So, lean design. Pardon me for saying very obvious things. The good thing is that I'm under no pressure to sound smart. Now that it's full of smart people, so I'm not trying to outdo anyone. I'm just going to remind us, because these are things we've had before, and sometimes share also my experience, because experiences are different. The information is the same, but experiences are different. I then was looking at it, and because our studio has been involved in something to do with that for a while now, we've been fortunate enough to do quite a few apartments, and the good thing that we've done them over time. So we've been seeing how the interest has evolved, how the market is looking, how the clientele for apartments is reacting. We did them well before they even were popular, partly because some clients had, because the apartments mostly are a function of the availability of land. So where land had become scarce even before the master plan, people started thinking how to put it to the best and highest use. And usually we say when you find the land too expensive, you expand it towards the sky, now that you can't do much going horizontally. So there are 3 talking points, which is what I've mentioned, lead design. And then I'll mention just 2 cases that try to highlight what I wanted to communicate. And then I'll do a conclusion. In Kigali, nowadays, we do our sports almost every 2 weeks. It is actually, when I compare, because I come from Kenya, I compare like the policemen of Rwanda and the policemen of Kenya, it's a stark difference. Somebody was joking the other day that they only remain fit until graduation. After that, you wonder whether they can really chase a thief. Maybe that's why they like shooting people. But anything that is beyond what is necessary is not only useless, it's actually harmful. When you eat more than what you need, you start being uncomfortable. When the body is carrying more load than it ought to, then it starts harming you. You get diseases. But what about buildings and architecture? What if architects start giving more than is required? just because the client has a budget. When you go to a buffet and say, I have this amount of money, some of the things that tempt us a lot, and even nutrition say about is buffets, because you see how people serve buffet, like because the price is one, you just want to have all meals. And the entrepreneurs try to prevent us by trying to create smaller plates, but we create stories of food. We organize it, but it probably is not even useful to us. So I learned early in life that whatever we consider beautiful is actually functional. People are considered most beautiful when they are young, but in reality it's because everything is working at that time. Their health is superb, their mind is optimum, so everything, when it works well, is by nature beautiful. But when it stops working, we start embellishing it. We start maybe applying something to make it appear like it's working, or we try to add something. And as architects, they said, when we make a mistake, we do what? We plant a vine. We plant that tree because that facade did not look exactly how it's supposed to. And in most cases, probably it's not working. I was a bit inclined to minimalist design, maybe a bit related, which is not denying yourself, because when you hear minimum, sometimes we think it's because we want it to be small, but it could be that we are focusing on removing that which we don't need and only remaining that which we need. If I went to a buffet and tested everything, I become minimalist if I decide to eat a specific meal, because I find it's the one I like most. So I remove the clutter, because sometimes you can fill your plate with buffet only to find you only like a tenth of the food you picked, and the rest you have to consume it just because you picked it. But if you have an option to know really what you wanted, you can focus on that, and you would actually probably even pay half the money to get only that we need. I like how Warren Buffett looks, and I'm going to have adapted some conclusion from him. How he looks at food. He says he found a food that he liked, and he eats it every meal. He doesn't feel pressure to try to change it, because he found that feels nice when he eats it, and he does that. There is a friend of mine who wears a white shirt any day and every day. He liked a white shirt, and he does it. So, because he found it optimal. But unfortunately, you find, like in architecture, we ourselves punish our clients by giving them spaces that they may need. We throw in a guest room, or we assume they'll get 3 kids when they have probably 1. You say, you might get more, and each one ought to stay in their rooms. And then we throw in all those things, assuming they'll add value to them, but it makes their life heavy. They start hiring many people to clean their places. Nowadays, electricity is very expensive, even actually to architects, or maybe because you use a lot of internet. I don't know. Nowadays, electricity is become a major expense. I don't know why you don't mention it in affordability. Maybe the government will provide for it for free. So, therefore, the question is not whether you can afford it, but will it make you happy? And here, I think I'm in the right forum, because we've been with Emmanuel, we've been with Claude. Claude, are you still around? Claude, yeah, I can see him. The nice guy. We've come from far with him. We have this same interest, like, what is it that we consider affordable? And when I was talking to Christian, which I'm going to share shortly, is that sometimes we get overtaken by thinking that we are really looking at cost. You talk about cost and quantity it gives you. And Rwanda Housing has even prescribed the size. It has told architects, even as you think, don't show up with a 3-bedroom unit of 45 square meters and tell it as it's affordable. It's not. It has to be this size. And therefore, the question comes back, and that I think all of us agree with it, that sometimes the problem is not even affordability. The problem is aspirational. Like, what does somebody who has 35 million really want? Does he really want that kind of a house that we can design for him? If we had 35 million, and all of us have had money, when you get 10 million, do you think like you need affordable housing? Really? Like with 10 million, you start probably thinking about a compound, a big gate. Now in Rwanda they call places umuriango, like door. In Bantu that means gate, but also it means my family are here. Why isn't your DG going to stay in one of these units? Why do you make adobe for the poor and not for everyone? If it's really a nice thing, why shouldn't you consume it? Why do you feel like the mayor of Kigali, Damascene, says we need apartment, but he stays in a bungalow, a big bungalow. He's preaching water and then drinking wine. Those are the questions. Because the normal man is aspiring to be like a mayor, not to be just a house, not to get just shelter. If there's any project that has profound impact in my life over the last 5 years, it is this apartment, which I went to stay in by accident. It is in China, every town is big. This Foshan city is just 50 kilometers from Guangzhou, but it was 12 million people then. And this apartment is smack in the middle of the CBD, maybe just like this building. And it was interesting to me that they chose to do a project that is, I was saying in floor number 42, 46 levels of tiny apartments, 25 square meters, 26 square meters. And I was asking myself, I mean, why would anyone do that? But I had my answer when I got into the space. It didn't feel 25 square meters, it just felt enough. And I had to go back and ask myself, why do we do so many? I mean, why do your prescription of 1 bedroom of 55 square meters, 2 units of this kind? Why are we doing that? Is it because we are just thinking quantity is what is needed? There are 2 things that I picked from that, and they motivated us as a studio towards what you are going to do, or our way of thinking. The first one, of course, is that for the first time, I realized that you can actually do a bigger bedroom than a living room. You know, I've been brought up to think that a living room has to be big. But have you stopped to think, Josephine, that actually the washroom is where you can't reduce the fittings, but the living room you can use any chair. Even these simple chairs can work in the living room, but you can't squeeze a toilet, or probably you can't put a shower way below maybe 80 centimeters. So you have big room to think and work in the living room, but unfortunately our mind is like, I may have friends, I may have people coming to visit me. In my place, people visit me, okay, people in Rwanda visit me often, like maybe once every 5 months. But from Kenya, I don't know when the last time they visited me. But I have space that they can sit if they come to visit me one day. So, but I do use the washroom every day, multiple times. The bed, of course, I sleep in the bed all day. But sometimes when I'm late, I just pass by the living room to the bedroom. Yet is the one I've embellished the most. The one, if you come and assume that my house is like the living room, you'll think I live in a very good house. But the living room, I made it very nice for when you come to say, Kefa is an architect, he's saying in a nice place. The second thing is, of course, the flexibility. There you see the separation between the living room and the bedroom is a cupboard. On one side, it's the TV. On the other side is the cabinet. And, of course, we throw walls all over. Our walls, after you do plaster, they end up being like 30 centimeters wide, almost the size of a cabinet. And they are not structural. In Rwanda, most buildings are framed structure. So we actually end up building very thick things that take, because when we design it in our board, we claim that they'll be 20 centimeters wide, but hardly you'll ever see a building that has 20 centimeter wide wall. Some can even go almost 35 to 40. And they end up using around 20% of the space. So how can we think creatively about these separations? How can we even reduce the walls, but still give quality? I tell you, I enjoyed the space. I've been to hotel rooms, but I was happier with that because for the price, like $50, I got all that. I got the living room, I got a kitchenette. The washroom was standard. It's not squeezed. As you can see, the washroom is actually almost a quarter the space. So the washroom works. The bedroom is tight, but there's not much I was doing in the bed. I was mostly going to sleep. So as long as I couldn't fall off it when I'm sleeping, that was safe enough. The living room, the chairs they put didn't make it look too tight. You could take a photo from the side. And when I came to Rwanda, very inspired, I thought maybe I could do something, but I again got scared. When I was talking even to the city, they say, people in Rwanda still don't accept 3-bedroom apartment. And you were thinking a 1-bedroom apartment of less than 30 square meters. I got scared, so I tried with one with 38 square meters. My experience is that from client response, that's what they have been most happy with. Because most people don't actually come with a tape measure to rent an apartment. They just feel the space. And remember, architecture is about defining space. It's not about walls and the ceilings and floors. So as long as the layout is nice, they feel nice about it. They will end up, if you're renting, pay you as much as they pay anyone else. And the same, for example, for me, when you go to, for example, to Serena, sometimes you don't know whether you're staying in the biggest room or the smallest room, but if yours is working well, you're okay, you're happy, and you pay. You don't go into Marriott and ask them, show me all the rooms, then I choose one. Usually you trust their standard. You've seen how they do the stuff, so as long as it is well done, maybe yours is 5 centimeters shorter, maybe half a meter shorter, but what you're looking for is not the quantity, you are looking for quality. Oops, there's conclusions I had. I don't know where I put them, but I have them in the head. I'll share with you. Now you can see I'm becoming old, truly, because I actually thought I had the conclusions there. Apian, you laugh at me. You're not very far from me. It's only 10 years. It's only 10 years. I give you a 10-year lag period. What was the first just a second. The first conclusion, I'm just teaching to the choir, these are things you know, is that space is indeed what you don't see. You pay for an apartment, but actually what you are paying for is that which you can't hold. The walls only define that space. So what people are valuing is that which you've captured in this place. For example, we are valuing what we have here, not the walls, not the curtains. This only allows us to get this environment which we are using. The second is, I also reiterate, and I know Christian agrees with me, that housing is aspirational. We rarely, give it a lot of thought, but housing is aspirational. People want something, and more so in Rwanda. Rwanda, unlike Kenya, Rwanda, the difference between the poor and the rich is money, but their taste is the same. They know what is good. If you go to Banyae, those people know what something that is good is. If they are able to afford it, they use it. Even the cuisine. When I have the opportunity of visiting Rwanda homes, I cannot tell the difference between the richest and the poorest. The cutlery is the same, the food usually is the same. So the difference is earning capacity. So when Emmanuel looking at affordability, I think look on also what does the buyer want. not what you can provide with the money that World Bank has given you or what Rwanda Housing has prescribed. One of the things I felt like it will be unjust if I don't mention it to Claude is why not give the architects freedom to just give you a unit below 35 million without prescribing and leave the buyer to say if he wants that, you know, because if you prescribe so much, you limit also creativity. You tell them, do 80 square meters, it has to look like this. At the end, essentially they become technicians. But if you tell them, and I've seen that people can pay, for example, for a tiny unit, maybe in Kigali, that is 20 square meters, at the right place, even that 35 million. So, but you won't call it affordable because you say it's not 55 square meters. But the buyer says, I like it. I know it's small. I know the location, I can't get something better than this. I'm okay with it. But you've described it and said, no, affordable only means this and this and this. So I'm thinking like, because you are an architect from our side, go lobby for us. Give architects a little more freedom. And I mean, within parameters that make sense. I know you also have a lot more you're looking at, but you allow that the architects have more room to do that. Of course, in line with that, people are not necessarily looking to have houses for its own worth. They are having houses because of relationships. I know I didn't see Abias today, is the one who's usually more interested in that, and the people from the NGO world. One of the challenges, which I know the city probably is very conversant with, is that it's very hard to transpose somebody from Banyai and take him to Gasanze, and you only take him. You know, you've not taken his friends, you've not taken his shop, you know, you've just taken an individual person, but he was not alone. He had a community. He had the place where he used to go and buy stuff. He used to have a place where he could go and meet his friends. His friends are not in Gasanze, so it's not going to be very easy for him to accept. He'd rather just move to some other, maybe slum near there, but still keep his friends. So he agrees that the quality of the house is good. But that is not all he wanted. He wanted to be near his workplace. So he says, if I go to Gasanze and have to take all that money to come to work, then it doesn't work for me. Finally, the success of it will not come from what and who owns what, you know, because and in the end, it's supposed to be, and I know the city is trying to do a lot about that, it's supposed to be for everyone. Like, the market interventions don't need your support in the sense of giving them directly money, but they need an integration to the others, so that it doesn't feel like, for example, if you give somebody a house of 35 million, which you've done all the infrastructure and everything, what about the one now gets a house of 40 million without intervention? You know, that house will be of a lower standing than that of 35 million, naturally. Because this 35 million, maybe the developer is having to do a funny road, just to do some shortcuts everywhere to try to sell it. Whereas this of 35 million is gotten really a proper house, is gotten a proper financing scheme, and the infrastructure is sorted. And you've ensured that the quality is guaranteed because you work with the authorities. So, meaning that as you look onto one side, I know you do look, but I'm just emphasizing. As I said, I'm preaching, Emmanuel, what you already know and you think every day, but it doesn't harm us to say it again. Thank you very much, and have a lovely presentations.
Thank you, Architect Kafa. Thank you, Architect Kafa, for opening a discussion to how and which way architects can improve the narrative of adequate living spaces, no matter the scale, location, and of the building. Now, our next in the part of our program is to open to a question sessions. So if you have your questions, please raise your hand and tell us who it is directed to so we can make sure that they answer. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. My question is for the last presentation or towards that topic about lean design and minimalist architecture and that kind of topic. And I think something we notice, especially in Kigali, is just the rapid growth and development of this city. And Rwanda in general is growing very quickly, and especially when it comes to housing and infrastructure like this. And with this very rapid growth comes, I think, in many cases, the temptation to build bigger and better, and sometimes there's competition, or sometimes there's space for building bigger when maybe it's not necessary. So my question is to both the presenter and also to the community, I guess, is how do you encourage people to build with that lean mindset and build with architectural or design related thought process, and not only to build bigger but smarter? How do you encourage that? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for the question, and I assume you're asking my experiences, because other architects will show up their interventions. I think Rwanda is catching up very fast. When we came to Kigali, and the market responds to market forces. When we came to Kigali, the best rental returns came from ambassadorial residences. There were not many. So everyone tended to move that direction. Then it came to expatriate residences. Then people moved to what they call jumele, the duplexes. And I'm seeing people moving to apartments because they are seeing there's returns in that regard. So I think when the market and Kigali is fairly free, it allows that people do these interventions, do this as you say, the experiments, then people will probably start to understand a little better. I'll give a reference to, there's a project that we were involved in, which was also for one-bedroom units, compact one-bedroom units. What we realized also, the market would appreciate it if it's there. Because when you talk about it, it's hard to figure out what it is. So if we are able to convince our partners, who are the developers, to branch that way, and we give them optimum design, then the people will see that which is available, and then they like it. So I think we need also to do a bit convincing from our part to our partners, tell them that indeed it has its advantages, and then hopefully when we convince them and then they build, then they'll be proof of that concept. But that's my 2 cents. I'm sure maybe other people have more insights on the same.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Kefa, for that great presentation. I think architects have a central role in ensuring that we can achieve the lean design. And obviously, as the presenter mentioned, there's a lot of things that we do that we don't need. I don't know if you realize how we've come a long way. We used to have like a 4-bedroom unit, if you remember, and the client would tell you, I need a balcony on each bedroom. Do you still see those houses? Well, that balcony has got dust, it's got all kinds of bird poop and all that kind of stuff because nobody's using those balconies. You don't have that time. And so, you know, we need to start as architects defining these living spaces and their functionality so that we convince our clients because they're really looking up to us. I also see a role of the university to really get the students to get these concepts at a very early stage so that when we roll out the graduate architects, they're thinking in that mind. And so as architects, we have a central role, but we also need to encourage the School of Architecture, or at least it needs to be done at that early stage where you start to design that very good space without necessarily being extravagant. And we've seen that evolve in the years as we've gone the different, as he said, you've moved from 5-bedroom units, luxury mansions. And of course, the city master plan is also working towards putting us back on track where we are not, you know, density is now the in thing going up because land is valuable. And so, I think it's something that we can work on as architects, but also partner with the School of Architecture or the institutions that are really teaching. So it starts at a very early stage. We learned in school about Le Corbusier and how he was able to do these very good spaces. You don't have to have a balcony on every room, but just create a very good patio and make sure that it's vibrant. So it's the space that we create that will we also change the mindset. I think Rwandans are very good people because we sometimes learn from each other. It's very easy to get a friend to tell you, you need to have a house like mine, and then you buy into that idea. And so we need to make sure that we are rolling out the right architecture because we know very soon it will be out there. Everyone will want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. I think I may comment on the side of client. As Kefa mentioned, so some few years ago, we all building those big, vast buildings. But today, things are changing. And also, remember that the population is, I think youth are the majority, and they are being exposed. It's only that architects come up, professionals come out to give them the best that they need, and I think they may adapt. We don't have enough land, remember that. When you look at the land we have in Kigali, next, I don't know when my third grandkid, where he will stay. He has to be maybe in 20 floors, it will not be on the ground. So we need to define a well-in design, and you give them what it really needs to be in an ambience and a better comfort place. We may take it up. When Kefa went to fashion, he came back and did a project. But for sure, when you look at what people get from the 1-bedroom house, it's not compared to what even a 3 or 2-bedroom house get. I'm his client, I bought some. But we get better yield from that one. People look at what he needs, what suits him, not that ambience is gonna live. But again, as my sister said, Josephine, it will upon architect professionals, education. We have to train and aware. We keep telling our people how they can change and how best the future will be. Recently, I went to Chimisagala. That is the city of Kigali. They have a good project. with skirt. It is amazing. You need to go there and see what is happening. Turning into those slums into a real project where I can go and sleep in, and it doesn't. And they're using our local materials with a good space where maybe I think 10 homes, you have one unit with maybe 36 homes. So you see how the change will be. We need to give people more and more so that we can even change our attitude towards the way we live. Thanks.
Thank you. I also would like to add something to what Kefa said and architect Josephine and our senior quantity surveyor. Based by experience, like Kefa said, Rwanda is evolving, especially Kigali. Because when you look at our ways, I will start probably with, let's say, our culture. We know what we really want, what we call urugo. Everyone wants a house with a porch, with an entrance, with a backyard. We like our privacy. You don't want anyone to know what you're doing in your kitchen. So with all that, what Kefa was saying, space optimization, you optimize your space, you see the kitchen was open, you don't have a lot of walls inside. All that, it's part of how Kigali is evolving. We are understanding that living in apartments, it's one way of getting to affordability, space management and land management. So all that, we are getting there. But we have to start from somewhere, but we are really getting there. So that also goes with those square meters the ministry instruction has put in place. Let's say where it says not more than 95 square meters. It doesn't say that it's only to waken us and tell you once you go beyond 95 square meters, it's going to be difficult to achieve affordability with if you're looking to affordable housing. So like Kefa said, when you go 10 years back, not many people were living in apartments. Really, everyone was looking for a standalone house with his privacy. So with the way the city is evolving, we think what we see, especially in Kigali, we have really a lot of apartments. And now how do we look at apartments but matching them with affordable apartments? So with the help either designers like us and other stakeholders, I think we are getting somewhere. Not even only in Kigali, because we've seen projects for social houses. We have them. We have apartments in social houses. It comes with its advantages. We've seen what has been happening. Having an apartment and cooking in the apartment, the kitchen, having charcoals and all sort of ways that is not good for the environment, all that. Matching that with apartments, you see, it has to bring a lot of creativity and a lot of creativity in the design stage and in construction in general. But I believe we can say that we're getting somewhere, and with all of us working together, the stakeholders, we'll get to where we want. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question on the affordable housing, and it's more to do with, of course, the challenges that were pointed out on the issue of the high capital cost to the construction. Really, and this is for you, Architect Claude, where do we really draw the line between affordability and profitability? Because you want the private sector to get involved, but as you can see, you're needing to subsidize but also the incentives are very, I think they are at a higher level where you're saying it needs to be 100 units, and you find somebody's able to do maybe 50. So how do you see that going to work out? Because do we really see this affordable housing this affordable housing project or developments being profitable? So how do we ensure that we encourage? Because even as our colleague from BRD mentioned, there is a very there's a high cost of construction, and maybe he will also shed some light, because among the challenges you mentioned is insufficient incentives. So really, that is where the issue comes in. How do we encourage people to bring on board such housing, and so that it's, be it the person getting it gets a good product, but also the developer doesn't suffer loss? So where do we draw the line, affordability and profitability?
Thank you, Josephine. For this question, I think Engineer Habge will also assist me and add more to what I'm going to say. Well, like the presentation was saying, we don't want developers to go broke with just because of affordability. So that's why one of the things we say that the government have put in place with the help of other stakeholders like BRD and the World Bank. One of them is infrastructure support. Those criteria like 100 units, it means it could be more or less, not necessarily 100 units, because you might find projects where you have even 50 units or 20, but you want to build them in stages. So all we do is we study your project. We study your project. We see where you really want to get to. So now, with the infrastructure support, definitely, if you were having your 50 units, let's say you were wanting to sell them at 40 or 50 million without government support. Now, with that government support, if it comes in place, which I think the infrastructure will be around probably 30 to 25% of the entire project, now that will bring the selling price below that, where we will get to that below 35 million. And there is another thing else that is there to assist all developers, which is the housing finance program. I think Ahabri will go forward and probably say more to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Basically, affordability versus profitability is the biggest challenge. And that's why we are not seeing that supply. Because currently, as you also just said it, even if you hear it in your ears, you just, okay, that is not really profitable. And the question will be, why? Why do I come to that segment? If I can still do my market rate units and I have customers. So the one logic in affordable housing is economies of scale. So you need to have many for you to have a return. And in doing that, you are not only helping or supporting your business, but again, you're helping the government to achieve its goals. So the reason of putting a cap on the minimum number of units for you to enter into that, to tap into the subsidy. But as Claude said, you can do in phases. So, number two, when you look at the business plan for most of these developers, you find that they are not making any profit. It is actually negative on the affordable units, but you're allowed a mixture to get a return from now the percentage you're allowed to mix in to recoup your investment. So it's not, if you're doing affordable housing projects, you don't deliver affordable units 100%. So you do a balance, but when you look into the business plans, you find that on the affordable units, they're actually making a loss. And then they are gaining it on the percentage they are allowed to. So then the developers have been negotiating for that. Currently, it has been 70% affordable units and then 30% market rate. But when you do the balance sheet, you still find there is not a good margin. So they've been pushing to reduce that and at least make half-half, if it is 50-50. So as long as, again, the government is not intending to put the same people in the same location. So people need each other. So if you have a 50-50, achieve that. It's also good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My question will go both ways. One will go to Journeyman, and then another will go to Rwanda Housing. In this case, I'm taking them as the client because sometimes there are projects that are coming from the government. So for Journeyman, I'm asking in terms of construction delivery, because I believe that affordable housing doesn't go in one way. Sometimes it can go even through construction delivery. That involves the timelines, it involves getting design to speed. In a way, you might start with a good course, but based on how you're delivering it, it ends up being not affordable anymore. So I'm asking in terms of the architect side, in which case I chose Journeyman, what are the parameters you've put to facilitate your journey into affordability in the whole ball so that you achieve the goal of reaching that product at the end? And for the BRD, some of us have worked with the government. Sometimes the payments come in not very soon, but I would really think in that regard, how do you see if you've taken a contractor or a subcontractor or even a designer, how do you facilitate? Because in the first place, if you've appreciated the goal of being affordable, you also have to support coming up with that. So what are the parameters on your side are you putting forward to facilitate this course? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. So for us, Journeyman, we like to, since this is a current issue about affordability, we have a research tank where we're constantly researching different new building technologies to kind of help us reduce costs where we can architecturally. Another thing we like to do during the design phase is, really go through the materiality and the cost at the end and really look through the bill of queue and try and analyze like where is it that we're experiencing high costs and how can we reduce it, you know? It's a constant reviewing, rethinking, and at the end when we get our total costs, we also factor in how can we phase this out so it's easier for someone to bring this project to fruition. So that's an answer for me.
Yeah, I'll also add to that, like Joanna mentioned in our presentation, a large percentage of our time that goes into design is based in research, and we have, you know, our team working with university students in different parts of the world and here in Rwanda looking into, like you were saying, materiality and affordability of construction. And although we don't typically go through the construction phase as our own company, and we're working alongside contractors usually, we try our best to specify affordable options and ultimately we give the contractor, the builder, the choice to execute however they decide, but we try to do as much research as possible in that design phase to specify the most appropriate solutions and then the greenest and the most cost-effective solutions. Yeah, that's what I would add. But.
We will take one more question. One last question.
BRD. Thank you. My question will be, my name is Simon. I am also an architect. And my question will be directed to Kefa. I really want to thank him for a great presentation because he talked about some things that everyone here understands. He talks about money, it involves the space, and also the people. But my question will be more of people-oriented. You tackled about some cases of relocation, something like that, and some cases where people find themselves not really into the new space. And that's maybe a problem, because sometimes these things involves two different people, because there are lawmakers who know who know the direction of new development. But we as architects, we also know that space or housing is more than just the sleeping area, the dining and so on. We know that. And when you look at the current situation, sometimes there are some cases where cases like that happen and it becomes maybe a problem. And my question is, what do you think can be done so that maybe in some relocation cases, both the space and the people can be looked at? And what do you think is the contribution of RIA in that process? Thank you very much.
Let BRD respond to the first question, and then Kafa.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to comment on Nicholas's question, comment and worries. Basically, he shared some fears around the delays that normally happen between the contractors or service providers with government projects. And yeah, it happens. But specifically for this project, I think that was the reason why now the government requested for an available fund, because some of the time the delays are caused by lack of treasury. And the government had a pledge to the program that will be providing infrastructure, and then projects would start, and then put the application, the request, and there are no funds. So if I need first budget that through Minecofin, and it takes all that wrong. So by requesting for the other amount, which is in BRD, and BRD being a bank, I mean, there is a business component, no delays. So if a project is really successful with this, at least within the scope of this subsidy period, I think that the fast tracking and the facilitation is guaranteed because the fund is available. Any other delay would be just, I would say, some unnecessary omissions, but not related to the lack of fund. So at least for this secured, and I hope we are not talking on behalf of other developments, maybe what happened, but for this one, it's really clear now. Unless until maybe the fund is depleted, but I hope that the government also have put in place other mechanisms so that the project is continuous. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simon, for the question. I'll try to tackle it, but I'm fortunate enough to be with the city of Kigali next to me. I'll transfer the problem to them to handle, but I'll probably try to articulate it, which is the city itself has actually been grappling with that. And when we are talking about this, perhaps we are talking about redevelopment. There is public interest, which the government, if it's going to do something that does good to the common good, then that one doesn't really, it's not part of the discussion. The discussion is where, for example, like in Banyae, where you have a developer who wants to upgrade for the inhabitants and then do better development in the place. So since the city, by extension Damasen, is been involved in the two, I guess maybe if you'll allow me, Simon, he'll give us more insights on what is the experience, what are the lessons learned between, for example, the expropriation being done in Banyae and the one that they have done, the sites and services they have done in Yamirambo.
I'm sorry to say we have quite little time, but okay. Yes, please take it. But no insight.
Thank you, Kefa. As Kefa said, I'm Damasen from City of Kigali. I'm also architect. So as all of us, we know we are having different areas, informal areas in Kigali. So the City of Kigali is intended to reduce or to remove informal settlements in the Kigali. So we have three strategies. The first one is redeveloping. The second one is provision of infrastructure, like as we did in Vigogo. And the third one is, I can say it's like participation of the housing, as we are doing at Mazi. As maybe Kefa said a little before, the project at Mazi, the city is developing in partnership with SCAT, where the property owners provide land and the city provide finance to develop. And after development, the current owners, they get housing, they get house, and the remaining part the city will develop to find more finance to keep on finding other housing for other needs. The second one is at Vigogo, where the city is expropriating only areas for infrastructure. These upgrading projects, it's not only the current finance at Vigogo. There is also other areas like Gatenga, like Chimirongo, where there is informal settlement. The city will provide infrastructure, and the remaining part will be for the property owners to develop in accordance with the Kigali Master Plan. The third, as Kefa said, known as Wananyahe, where the city want to totally expropriate people, but not giving money as we used, but giving houses. We found that when people got money, they go to create another informal settlement. So the government want not only to provide to create another settlement which is informal in another area, but we took decision or took strategy of not giving people money but giving housing. As we are in need of houses in Kigali, so by providing houses to the one whom has house at Banyae, will reduce that scarcity of houses in Kigali. Because when people they give money, they go to another area and also provide another informal settlement. So as we have a lot of complaints, the city what is doing is to provide another at the new area to provide other opportunities, other employment opportunities, so that the people who will go to Karama, to Kanombe, they will have so many other opportunities, as there is another new development, other job opportunities which is currently going to be developed in the nearby area. Back to the Kefa's presentation. As we know, for Rwandans, we used to like big spaces, big 4-bedroom units, 5-bedroom units, balconies, as she said. But currently, we architects, we are the one to play this role of mobilizing people, how we can live in space, not big space, but how we can use space we have to provide more dwelling units, more space for more people. As we know, Kigali Master Plan is promoting density. As I'm working in the city, specifically in one-stop center, we are receiving so many projects. People, they want to provide space, they want to provide the units, but the idea of having big spaces, 4-bedroom units, we are still fighting with it. The people, they want to show us that they provided the first 4 units, but when you go in detail, you find that the 4 units it's like one single family. But they try to show us that, you see, we provided 4 units, but in reality, when you go in deep, you find that it's 1 unit they're telling cities that we provided 4 units. So this challenge, I don't know how we will work on it, how we can convince our clients that developing 4 units instead of having one unit, it's better and it's profitable, and it will resolve on the challenge of having affordable houses. I think that's what I can add. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I want to thank our presenters and contributors of our morning session. This is where we close, as well as our sponsors and every single member that made it in person and online today. I would like to also highlight that we are able to continue these discussions online using Twitter. In case you want to send your thoughts, comments, please feel free to tag us at We Are Architects. I'll send you, you can ask me the handle once we're done. Our next session is the exhibition, which is downstairs. We're 30 minutes late, so I'm gonna adjust the exhibition with the lunch. So I need you guys to attend the exhibition downstairs, as well as lunch, which is on the rooftop, and be back here at 2:30, latest 2:45. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
eji mubaze ko byakunda twatangiye hari ikintu uri kubona aho ngaho yego natangiye nabikanzeho wowe nakanda rimwe No, no. Nangonjani hari. Nanjye wayibonye nzaba nabifungura izo nzajyamo kandi nta kibazo regine gusa ibintu bigiye kinamusubiza yampamagaye kirabihita bimushyize mbese ubwo abazi ko umuntu wananiwe kwitaba kamwihorere mwereke ko hari ibintu nabonye byo kumuvugisha neza rero nahita mwandikira nawe iyo umuntu atamwitabye wandika mesaje byose ukajya kuvuga uyu mwana ndabikora
Sorry? There is no problem. They are just discussing about students. So that is a project of students.
Oh yeah. Kamarga kır tuvalet, tuvalet insan. hano hariho safira urebe ukuntu hano iruhande rwa bana
mupakingi muje kurya mwihutse
duhagarike
muhagarike byana dufite 45 minutes mwe mu kigo for being here and on time. I appreciate the effort. I would like to also welcome our Vice President of the Institute, John Runuya. Well, welcome to be here. This afternoon session will start with our first presentation from GMK on Green Leisure Park. Please take the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Shaka. I'm an architect from GMK, and I greet you all. I'm here to present GMK and as well as the Green Leisure Park. First of all, GMK is a company that was formed in 2005 in the United States of America, and it moved its offices in Kigali, where we have our headquarters. We operate in Rwanda, specifically, in Burundi, Congo, and Mali, in collaboration with different partners in architecture and engineering fields. Let's start from video. Yes, place so that they are comfortable and they have all services in one place. These are RDB projects on behalf of Rwanda government to develop Volcanoes National Park. This project was meant to be tourist attraction, basically, and sustainable and conservation driven. Just continue the video so that you can experience the project visually. So these are Thank you. Actually, what we wanted, our goals was to achieve as much as possible utilization of local materials and expertise. So, from this site plan, go. We wanted to to make tourists experiencing the place. We wanted to bring this experience that tourists are experiencing the site as exploring the life of a gorilla. Like for instance, from this side, this is where Kwitizina is now located on this plot. But we and RDB, we expanded the plot to have more services. We had this middle part it had more existing plants, trees and shrubs, and we wanted to conserve this area, not just touching them, but to conserve them, but also adding more trees and shrubs in this area. So our concept was to make tourists experiencing the life of a gorilla when they are visiting the site. This site is where we have Kwitizina ceremony. And on our concept was like a born baby. You're going to Kwitizina, you're going to name a baby of a gorilla. This is where the life begins in the site. And this way you start when visiting the site. So going further, this way we call life, where we have the existing plants, the trees and shrubs. So in this area, that's where tourists experience the life of a gorilla in the, like climbing the trees. We have the elevated bridges in the trees. You are just experiencing the life of a gorilla that are happening in the mountains in this area. In this next area, this way we have, you know, in life, you are coming from life, but we have a place called death, where you have the graveyard of a gorilla. So when it came from this life side, it goes to, when it's sick, we have a facility for curing the gorillas. When it's recovered, it goes back to the life part. When it's dead, we have a place of the graveyard. So they bury them here. When that one finished, when it's dead, we have a part of memory. It's born, life, it dies, and we remember the gorilla. And in the memory parts, that's where we have the museums and visitor center. In this part, there's a museum and a visitor center. And you have services where we have administrations and law enforcement part. In our projects, we wanted to make the project more sustainable, more welcoming, like it becomes more wildlife in the plots, where we have the green roof, we have green walls, to just emphasize on welcoming more wildlife in the plot, because our goals was just to support the wildlife in the region. We have green walls, green roofs, and we have water ponds in the site where we are capturing all the water in the site, and we irrigate them to the ponds just to reuse them in the services. You can see on this part we have a pond. This was just to capture all the water in the site, and we reuse them as tourist attraction, but also to irrigate all the water from the site and reuse them. We have troops. We are having a symbol of families in this plot where we call life. We have all the families that are in the mountains in this place. When tourists are visiting this place, they have an idea of what is happening in the mountains within this region. We have all the sculptures in these troops where we have all the names of the gorillas that are in the mountains. We have also more materials, local materials like base materials in the site, like bamboo. We are using bamboo and we have them in the site. So more our facade, we try to maintain this area and to use more bamboo in the facade, just to more bamboo to support the to make the facade more beautiful, but also to not harm the environment. For bamboo are local, we have them in the site, easy to transport. They don't need more transport to move from one place to another, because we're having them in the plots. They are environmental friendly, and they are durable. They are 10 to 12 years durable, so you can just replace them or repair them. So they were easy to let me just welcome my friend, my colleague, Ernest, just to conclude this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Architect Isaac, on that presentation. I'll take you through the sustainability approaches that we used when we were presenting, when we were designing the Green Leisure Park. Basically, Green Leisure Park, the way we designed and we came up with our concept was to foster three things. We have to foster conservation, we have to have sustainability techniques, and we have to come up with a building that is also self-sustaining. Because what RDB intends to achieve at the end of the day is to come up with a project that will get a sustainability rating that will also help to promote tourism in Rwanda. So when we worked on this kind of project, we came up with different sustainability approach that we used. We have got three different types of energy efficient buildings. We have the super low energy efficiency. In super low energy efficient buildings, we have the production of power by the building and what it requires. In such a scenario, the annual energy generated in this building is less than what it also requires. We have a net zero building. What the building generates and what it requires is at equilibrium. But we focused on a net zero positive energy, on what the energy, what the building produces and what is required exceeds what its intake. So we focused on strategies to achieve these net zero positive buildings. We came up with 4 ideas. We have to reduce energy consumption. We have to come out with high performance building envelope. We have to come up with appropriate design systems and on-site renewable techniques. So if you look at this one, it's a typical floor plan for what we how we came up with our design. Because the project has got 7 building typologies. We have the law enforcement, we have the administration block, we have the visitor center, we have the laboratory, we have the conference facility and the Kwitizina, and we have a museum. So in those types of buildings, the reason why we came up with a secular type of approach, we came up with, the reason was to foster on energy conservation. We used single banking when it comes to our zoning of our spaces. we came up with that the reason for single banking was to help on lighting and ventilation, because we don't want to use any artificial lighting or artificial ventilation during the day. That's the reason why we came up with our forms like this. We also had the courtyard in the middle. It will also help to achieve all the requirements that we required when it comes to energy efficiency. So we have different types of energy production that we are using. We use the natural ventilation as one of the energy conservation. We use the external shading because in Musanze it's predominantly very cold and it receives a lot of rain. So how we managed to take that into the benefit of our design, and also there is predominance also of volcanic rocks. So we have to come up with volcanic rocks so that we can have a thermal comfort where we have thicker walls to ensure that we have thermal comfort within the building. We have natural lighting and we have cool roofs. My colleague, Architect Isaac, has focused on the green roofs. It was one of the elements that we also used when we were designing, because we wanted to foster and to gather as much rain as possible, which will be reused in the operation of the building. We have solar panels because at the end of the day, we wanted to have a super low efficient buildings where we generate some of the power for the building, which will be used for operations. We are going to use a hybrid innovation when it comes to our solar panel. We are going to generate some of the power which will be used for the building, but we have also petitioned with the REG and RDB to ensure that the excess amount of solar power that will be generated, it will be used and it will be sent to the grid. It's some of the approaches that we have already and the innovation that we have already presented to the client on how they can manage to generate power from the building that they are going to be using. Under energy conservation, we've got 3 different types of approaches that we are going to use. We have the green technology for energy conservation. This comes to the fittings that we are going to be using. We'll be using LED lighting for all our lighting. We are going to use passive design strategies to reduce energy conservation. That is the natural lighting, natural ventilation. And we are going to have energy production. Under energy production, that's when we are going to have solar panels. So we'll be having 4 different areas where we are going to generate our power. If you see in this area, this is the main parking that will be used for visitors which are going to be using Kwiti Izina. But on all our street lights, we provided some solar panels. And also in this area on the lower part of our site plan, we also have some solar panels. And on each and every roof of all the 6 buildings, we'll be having solar panels. When it comes to any water efficiency, we came up with ways of conserving energy, because water scarcity is more than 40% globally. So how we managed to gather that in our design, we had to use water efficiency fixers and we had to use smart irrigation. All the water that will be harvested during the rainy season, it will be used to irrigate the entire site, because as part of what RDB and what the client intends to achieve and promote is the conservation of wildlife and gorillas. So we had now to take the client's vision and to put it into our design, which we now managed to have conservation in the wildlife, because our site is a 14-hectare area land. Most of it already has some vegetation within it. So how we managed to integrate our design, we had to reduce a lot of cutting down of trees, but we managed to just to add additional trees to ensure that we don't cut a lot of trees to promote conservation. We are going to have gray water treatment and black water treatment that will be now reused, and we are going to use it for ablution areas. Under water management, we have things like water efficiency filters, we have water efficiency irrigation, we have water retention and water treatment. Under water retention, we are going to have individual ponds within the site plan to ensure that we are going to also reduce urban heat island, because as part of sustainability that it tends to achieve at the end of the day is to at least reduce urban heat island on a micro scale. So that is some of the ideas that we are going to use. We also have water treatment and reuse. When it comes to water treatment, we are going to use to treat the water, and we are going to use it within the building. So design strategies that we used when you're working on it, because our site is predominantly big and most of the areas is occupied by walkways. So we used terracotta kind of for our walkways. That is the integration of green spaces and hardscape. And the material that we used now, we managed to take advantage of the volcanic rocks which are found in Musanze. Those were some of the building materials that we used when we're coming with walkways. And the advantage of terracotta walkways, they help in reducing air and heat tidelines and also reducing the hardscape on the site. We also use the green roofs, which I've already explained earlier. It also helps to reduce the UV radiation when it comes to its benefits. It also improves air efficiency within ambience of air quality. This is a typical section of how all the buildings will look like. We have predominantly green roofs, which are indicated. If you can see close on this one, on top of these green roofs are going to have some solar panels to generate power, which will be used within the building. So we have we came up with 5 different types of materials which are dominantly used within externally and internally. I would want to focus more on the volcanic rocks and the type of glass we used. We used double glazing argon fuel to ensure that we at least have some thermal comfort within our building. And we integrated also volcanic rocks as cladding material on our facade to ensure that we have thermal comfort within our building. And if you see on this area, this is the integration of our walkways and the local materials. I think my colleague, Architect Isaac, has emphasized on bamboo. Musanze is dominantly a lot of bamboo. How are we going to integrate our bamboo within our buildings? We have to make sure that at least we have some, we try to achieve some aesthetic look on the facade, but also ensure that it's used during the construction, because bamboo, if you look at it, in China they used a lot of bamboo as their scaffolding. Study has shown that bamboo is stronger than steel to some extent, and during things like hurricanes, after everything has been damaged, bamboo tends to be stronger than that, and it can withstand such kind of natural disasters. In the lifespan of a bamboo, it is normally 5 years. So this is some of the awareness that we want to bring to Rwanda and to want to bring to the local community, so that they would try to use it in most of the projects that they'll be working in that area. So this is some of the awareness that we wanted to bring to Musanze. And this is the conservation which I've explained earlier. We want to bring awareness on wildlife conservation and sustainability and animal conservation. So these are some of the elements that we focused on when we were designing the Green Leisure Park. I think that is all on our side from GMK. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GMK, for highlighting concrete methods to create sustainable living buildings and applying these methods, making it another successful solution to building projects within our country, improving an example and possibility of creating homegrown solutions on this land. Our next presenter is called Thomas Provost, who is a Canadian architect. It will be virtual. An educator. He's an assistant professor of architecture at the University of Memphis in Tennessee, teaching design studios, courses on history, theory, research, and professional practices. Throughout, he makes space for speculation on environmental, social, and economic issues while considering architecture as more than machine objects. His design practice, water, etc., is interested in resourcefulness, adaptation, collaboration, and material culture. His title of presentation is Do Make, Say, Think, Architecture and Digital Learning. Thank you, Thomas Provost. You're welcome to present.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. I'm just trying to share my screen right at this second. Hey, it's not allowing me to share my screen right this second. If a technician could help me, allow me to, I would love to share my screen. Wonderful, here we go. Excellent, can you see, you can see some of my presentation? Wonderful, here. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be a part of Rwanda Architecture Week. I'd like to thank Lise Isaro for the invitation and for connecting through the Architecture is Free Foundation Network. I'd like to thank you all for attending and listening and being a part of this as well. Again, truly honored to be here. As Lise mentioned, my name is Thomas Provost. I'm from Canada originally, and I currently teach in Memphis, Tennessee in the United States, which most people know to be home to Elvis or B.B. King, lots of great music here in Memphis, as well as one of the largest pyramids, in fact, modern contemporary pyramids on our skyline. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Memphis, and I do teach architecture, as Lise mentioned. And so today I would like to share with you some approaches to teaching that I've developed really over the COVID-19 pandemic, teaching virtually in a large part, but also trying to integrate aspects of digital learning that include sort of humanity, that are a bit more than just architecture as technology. I first wanted to acknowledge this interesting synchronicity between Kigali and where I'm from. As I'm from the Great Lakes region of North America, and I know that Rwanda is in the Great Lakes region of Africa. So there's a really fun synchronicity there. I just wanted to address that. So today I'll just mention 5 things that we will cover. So I'll share some approaches to teaching architecture. I will also cover ways that I teach where digital learning is more than just technology. It's more than just simply teaching, how to operate the software, but really how to think about the software as well, or think through it. We also talk about architecture as more than just objects, which relates to the 4th point, which is that architects have social agency, where we are not simply, making a single product, letting it exist in the world and becoming detached from it, but really trying to understand how architecture plays into communities, how it has a social purpose, etc. And finally, I love the idea of empowering students. So if a student has a passion project, has an idea, has a situation that they're experienced with and familiar with, I love the idea of empowering that student to study that issue and work through that issue in the design studio, rather than take an approach where everyone has to do the exact same thing in the room, or everyone has to work through the same process, etc. So I've categorized some of these student works into 5 different topics, and they are phenomena, the everyday, ecology, making, and justice. And so to begin, we'll start with phenomena. So last year in teaching a 2nd-year studio in which we introduced digital methods using Rhino 3D, the Adobe Suite, Illustrator and all of that, I came up with a prompt for a studio that studied sound as a phenomenon. So I'm sure we all love music and understand the joy that music brings and the space really of culture that music is a part of. But instead, I prompted students to find an instrument, a musical instrument or a noise-making instrument, and to analyze and deconstruct that instrument to find a tectonic, some kind of structure, some kind of rhythm, some sort of space that it makes. On the left, you'll see one student took apart an old gramophone, the old gramophones where you would wind it and it would play the music through. And so they deconstructed this object and then eventually evolved it into a secondary purpose. On the right side of the screen, you will see a siren, like an ambulance siren or a kind of megaphone siren that this student, Nolan, was able to deconstruct. So for example, we have this section perspective of the siren object, trying to understand how the diaphragm works and all of these particular parts, taking it apart. But then really trying to understand the spatial phenomena of how the sound works, how it creates a space, how it interacts with a space. And this student really got into what's known as the Doppler effect, which you are all probably familiar with when you hear a siren that is driving by you at great speed, how the actual sound changes as it moves, the distance of it. And so this student was able to transform that space that the sound makes into an architectural form. And then in a very fun, playful way down here with these cats, show just the nuancing and the different characteristics of these spaces here. In further understanding how sound as a phenomenon creates space, I had a lot of students look into the synthesizer or the mini Moog, where, as you know, sound can have many different digital effects which replicate physical phenomena. And from that one really interesting and very successful study on the left with the yellow, investigated tens of forms, different forms that evolve out of these different words and prompts, concepts, if you will, about sound and space, whether it's modularity, sawtooth, reverberation, echo, etc. And on the right, I had a student who was very fascinated with what's called vaporwave, which is this whole movement of an aesthetic movement that's related to early 90s computer and digital sound culture. And so where is this going? Well, the actual building prompt for this studio was an archive of sound. So to introduce students to the idea of programming and to introduce students to structural issues, how to integrate structure and design. And keep in mind, this is second year students. So this was their first project, trying to understand how to integrate these things and work through a typical process. And we were also working remotely too. So we were over this interface, over Zoom, in fact. And so the Archive of Sound was located in New Mexico in America, where it is known for effectively this vast kind of emptiness. It's almost desert-like. And historically, it is tied to nuclear testing facilities and space shuttle launches. Really incredible human feats, you could say. Also quite unstable human feats too. But really, they all have to do with sound, extremely loud sounds, and this kind of scale of the infinite. And so students were tasked with thinking about how they could then create architecture that housed different sounds or focused on the display of sound, for example. And so I'll show two example projects here. On the left, one student really investigated the idea of lost sounds. So sounds that we no longer hear. For example, the typewriter, the clinking and the mechanics of a typewriter. So that would become an object that is displayed and archived here at this institution. Or a rotary telephone. We all remember the particular nuances of a rotary telephone or anything of that sort. And so it was a digital introductory studio. And so they've modeled and explored line weights and all these fundamentals and foundations of architecture is involved as well. But then also trying to shape these spaces, like on the right side, one student, Yunin, investigated here. And so Yunin chose to archive the sound of rock or the sound of tectonic plates, of geology. And so as a part of his archive, it actually digs into the earth, somewhat like a mine would, but it uses that subterranean, that strata, to actually shape the main exhibition space. And so there's a partial digital reconstruction of the geology here that really is integral to the design, with some fantastic diagram work as well, showing how this object, architecture as object in this instance here, rests upon the landscape, digs into it, and this fantastic image below sort of connects to this cosmic constellation idea. There we go. So the next concept to discuss is the everyday. And as part of my teaching in architecture, I teach history, theory, and studio. I encourage students to really think about the everyday, their everyday experiences, everyday architecture, and to not separate architecture as a capital A and a lowercase a architecture, where there's not a kind of secret code to architecture, right? It's that architecture is an everyday, every person type of, it's a type of thing. And so as part of this, we study dwelling, the idea of housing in architectural history as a very important instigator of understanding the importance of space and the meaning of space, and to be able to tell stories of space. And so one of the activities that we do, which can be both analog and digital, is everyone draws a floor plan of some dwelling globally to scale, and we compare them. And we have a small exhibit of all these dwellings where, instead of simply talking about the shape or just the material, we actually talk about the material sourcing, how it's constructed, and the type of activities that occur globally around the phenomenon of dwelling as an everyday experience. Similarly, in teaching drawing and teaching axonometric drawing, perspective drawing, I encourage students to draw their everyday experiences. So here we have two examples of two students' desks at home while they were working virtually during the pandemic. They were drafting their individual workspaces rather than what is kind of typical in this foundation drafting studio, where they might draft a canonical building like the Peter Eisenman house, which is really this convoluted mess of geometry that a student really doesn't have much stake in at this point in their education. And so to me, this is just a very fun exercise, again, including the everyday as part of architectural pedagogy. And lastly, for this category, thinking of food as an everyday phenomenon, that's really important to contributing to our well-being, of course, our nourishment, but also thinking about how food and food culture can link with architecture and in the design studio as a really fun prompt for students to begin thinking about programming and how people really inhabit, use, and exist in space. And so this project I'll show here is called Food Hub, where in Detroit, Michigan, where it was cited, students had an empty lot and were tasked with a split personality building. On the one half, it's an open food market, which is what you see here in this image. But on the other half, there needed to be some community function. So we had lots of students designing community kitchens or outreach partnerships, for example, where the less fortunate can receive food. There are also some very interesting ideas of industry, such as edible packaging or reusable utensils, and all some interesting things. And this one in particular posits that this location, which is actually an infamous market, a public market in Detroit, Michigan, could in fact have a film studio as a very small part of the program, so that it could showcase its food culture nationally or globally, perhaps even on television or on a streaming service. And so it combines the need for this public space, this grand public space, with an idea that it could have also a public national identity in which you can teach cooking, you can share stories and whatnot. And so that's how this film studio comes to be a part of this Food Hub program. And again, this studio was all virtual, all digital, and all remote as well. So a pandemic pedagogy. Maybe that should have been my title. Next concept we'll touch on is ecology, which I know it links with the theme of Rwanda Architecture Week. There'll be two projects I'll show here. One is called Port O Plastic, which was a fourth-year urban design studio that I taught. And in this studio, each student was self-directed in picking a topic that interested them and a place that interested them. And this student chose the ocean as their location, which is kind of unconventional, right? To place architecture out in the ocean. But you will see later that I do have an interest in some floating buildings. And in any case, this building and what this super object, you might call it, or hyperobject does is it floats in the ocean and eats away at the gyre, the Great Pacific Gyre, which is where all of the plastic that is dumped into the ocean sort of collects into this large, almost like a floating island or almost like a floating organism. And so it's a speculation on architecture with a social purpose, architecture that can, do something and perform rather than be static. It's a mechanism. It is a machine in this instance, but with a very specific purpose. And another project that takes a look at ecology is also happens to be cited in Detroit, which is for me like a second hometown. In fact, it's where I was educated, and I grew up just across the river from this place. And so in this studio here, which was like a very theoretical graduate studio, students investigated manufacturing zones and the typologies of warehouses and this 100-year history of manufacturing in Detroit, which, as you may know, is linked with the automobile industry. And so what the students did is they took core samples, which, as you may know, is a technique used in geology and other places, where you effectively take a deep dive into something, or you extract a thin, say tube-like sample of matter that you can then analyze, right? They do this in the North Pole, where they take ice samples, and they also do this in the ground, where you can then determine magnetism over time, all kinds of very, very fascinating scientific things. And so we took this concept of a core sample and then applied it to these manufacturing zones. So students took a core sample through abandoned factories, brownfield sites, where they were able to extract waste. They considered things like pollution, acid rain. They understood that it has physical effects on the human body. There's higher rates of asthma in these places, et cetera, et cetera. And so the first half, we're taking these core samples. And then the second half of the studio was to then project a future of these core sample, of a core sample of the future, if you will, in which the students projected, what is this condition? How can we change this? How can we evolve this? How can we work with the ecology of this manufacturing typology, this manufacturing zone, for the better, for the human purpose, with the social purpose, considering environmental justice, considering perhaps social justice on different levels. And so I'm showing just two examples here that are very, very picturesque examples nonetheless. On the left, we're seeing a depiction of acid rain, a plate of this future thinking about acid rain. Now, acid rain is, considered negative, right? It can erode limestone, and there's negative effects of acid rain. But Nancy, this student in particular, focused on the positives, or what is potentially a positive outcome, which is that other plants thrive in acid rain. While a current ecology might not thrive, there are other options, other different types of plants that could thrive in there as well. And there's a little Easter egg with this hummingbird that floats kind of camouflaged in this graphic. These are digital collages, of course. And on the right side, we see mustard seed, which was a proposal to show that new species, similar to Nancy's, new species can have remediative effects on the landscape, and that mustard seed has this cleansing property. And so if grown at some industrial scale, could have net positive for the ecology of Detroit's industrial zones. The next is making, the idea of making, which is connected to architecture as part of material culture, of course. And the first project I'll share with you is some digital making. So when we teach digital techniques, or when I teach digital techniques, rather than rely simply on architectural conventions, modeling walls, modeling roof structures, or modeling components, for example, I like to expand the students' repertoire and give them abstract algorithmic prompts to model these different objects, these different shapes, different forms that really embody notions of, say, twisting or stacking or carving, spiraling, etc. To detach their mind a bit from these conventions, the kind of orthographic box-like conventions that a lot of foundation students kind of get restricted to, I would say, whether they're introduced to something like that in high school or whatnot. And so this is just a very fun exercise, a digital learning exercise where there is almost zero expectation. There isn't an expectation of what the outcome will be. And it's really allowing the unknown to come into this. And we find it really fun. There's a lot of great results. And this next making project, I alluded to floating buildings, was for a floating building in Buffalo, New York, where I was teaching a couple of years ago. And in this studio, the students spent the first month designing boats. And you can see on the right side, every student had one day to make a model with whatever materials they had lying around. And you see a photograph of them holding each of their models. And the students presented their ideas, and we had a democratic vote in the class, a ranked ballot, the top, pick your top 4, which ideas you think would be the most successful in a race. And we were able to identify those 4, and then I paired them up, and they created these hybrid boat sort of conditions, and there were 2 different teams going on. And so you see the hand scale in the photograph on the right, and then you see a half scale in the photograph on the left, where Martin's holding up his model for a boat that conforms to his precise physical measurements. And the students spent a month actually making these full-size boats, trying to understand buoyancy as a phenomenon and a condition, and then also understanding tectonics and structure and craft and making, and how that links to architecture, how the making of an artifact at the scale of a boat can also then translate into architecture. And so on the left, we see these instruction sets that each group had to make. And on the bottom right side, we see some of that process. And in fact, they made a video of them racing this out on the water, right near Niagara Falls, in fact. And so from these models, these hand models, which we now see on the left, the students paired up and they extracted this tectonic logic and evolved it and grew it into architecture, into real habitable space. So some of the tectonic ideas involved tensile structures, ribbed and waffle-like structures, as well as a bit more conventional types of buildings where there is a clear base and a clear base and sort of a top part. And there's a lovely history that connects boat making to architecture. If we think of the boat historically is the inverse of an architecture, right? Of a roof system, of keeping water out, etc. Okay, and then finally, the idea of justice, which over the past 2 years in America has really grown in the spotlight, really become an integral part of every architecture pedagogy. Is how do we incorporate environmental, social, economic, or other forms of justice in our teaching and in our practice of architecture. And so I will share 4 simple projects with all of you to close out this presentation. You may have heard of the Flint water crisis, or you may not, which is in Michigan, right near Detroit, a city called Flint. And there was a real horrible error on part of the government to change the water source. And in doing so, they diverted the water through old lead pipes, which actually poisoned a portion of the population. And to this day, it's over a decade later, they still have not supplied fresh, clean water to everyone in this city. And so this student, Bam Davis, theorized and speculated on what it would take if each household or every family had a sustainable, autonomous well for having water, fresh water to drink, whether that's tapping into, a reservoir below ground, or that is some interconnected system. And so he speculates through map making, and he in fact takes the United States Geological Survey maps and he subverts these maps for a political will. So on the left here, what we see, it looks like maybe a typical government, map, survey map, but at every instance, BAM has subverted it, primarily through text. So down here, for example, in an attempt to save money, Flint officials voted to switch the system. The following was taken place: corrosion of the pipelines, lead poisoning, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a very subversive political act, conceptual work as well, like thinking about water and the importance of supplying water, and how this is integral to urban design, more so than any design for sidewalks or public space is obviously the need for water. Another justice project is by student Danae Matoyer, who looked at how in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, there is a discrepancy between predominantly Black communities and predominantly white communities, and how this involves the transfer of wealth from one side to another. And this was evident to Danae in her high school demographic makeup, and how this changed over time, how they would close certain schools, open others, create new ones on other sides of town. And specifically, how a mall that was thriving when she was just a young girl, but now as an adult is completely abandoned, and how that relates to racial justice and economic justice. And so Danae's project was an atlas that exposes this discrepancy, that exposes this issue, and then also proposes a solution to renovate the mall as a social incubator, where you would have a gym, you have sports functions, and you would also have food, again, food as being an integral anchor to this architectural program. One more from this urban design studio was a project located in Detroit that considers the three main tenets of the Green New Deal, which are decarbonization, justice, and jobs. And this student, Aaron, considered how small-scale production of renewable textiles, such as hemp, could be the instigator for a new sort of small-scale industry of textile making and clothing making in Detroit, and really looked at the neighborhood scale, which is what you're seeing in those three circles here. I'll zoom in. Seeing how that would work, how that could overlay in an East Side neighborhood in Detroit, which has these missing, what are called missing teeth, or these kind of gaps in the actual urbanism, which is a historical issue we don't have time to explore right now. But looking at the rehabilitation of some of these structures and green spaces for productive purposes, for landscape growing, et cetera, but also serving a public purpose and a social purpose. So with small pocket parks and also greenhouses and whatnot. So again, a speculative project and a digital project, but at the same time, empowering the student to think of architecture as more than just the singular object. And finally, the last group of images I'd like to share is by student Judy Law, who looked at how design in our urban environments can be made to discriminate against people effectively. And there's a phrase called hostile architecture or anti-human design. And Judy explored this through these various axonometric moments here. So for example, the first one here, embedded studs so that you can skateboard, or that it's more difficult to ride your bike, through this area. The second image shows benches that are curved, and the third shows benches that have these metal armrests, every 18 inches. And that is so that, for example, a homeless person or someone who, is unhoused cannot sleep on this bench. You can only sit upright. Other examples that are, anti-skateboarder, for example, or sound deterrents, such as this one here in the bottom left, really show the kind of negative aspects of typically their policy decisions that are made, but they're influencing the design of our urban environments. And while this was a short project, only about 2 weeks as part of a theory course, and it doesn't exactly propose solutions, it's rather an expose with an almost journalistic quality that really highlights how there are still ongoing justice issues in the design of our spaces. And so with that, I would just like to say, Rokose, and thank you so much for having me. And it was an honor, truly.
Thank you, Thomas Provo. I'm sorry, I said your name wrong earlier. It's important when talking about architecture and its impact. We also need to look at how it's taught and how students equally participate. On another note, it's interesting to see how others are applying architecture, such as bridging gaps in justice area, equity and green housing. It doesn't actually stop on green features, which are also essential in order to bring back and maintain human dignity. While universities closed and moved online, challenges such as materials, submissions, and beyond that, staying motivated while transitioning to home working, it's important to see how innovative and creatively digital learning brought on its own solutions that helped students find even more purpose in the continuation in their learning development. This is proof that architecture education can continue beyond physical classrooms, and these options should continue to be explored even after COVID, the pandemic. It was a learning opportunity as well. Thank you again, Thomas, for sharing how your programs within the digital learning methods emphasizes this today. I would like next to welcome our presenter from Landmark, who will be talking about building blocks to green architecture. Please, you're welcome to take the stage.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. As we're still unpacking from that theoretical approach to design processes from the previous presenter, and there were a few things that are highlighted, and that's looking at architecture more than just objects. And then how then you translate the components into design and architecture. But then also the good presentation from GMK touched on the circularity in building. So in this small project, they were trying to look now more at the microcosm of the architecture process. And then we start looking at design and architecture as a combination of building blocks. So this presentation is on block solutions. This is a partnership between architecture, recycling, and production. So you have Landmark as a design studio based in Rwanda. Then you have Copedu as a garbage collection and recycling entity. And then Block Solutions, a Finnish company that produces the
the blocks, patented the technology. So I will be looking at 5 key aspects, and this is the plastic challenge, the housing challenge, then the process to those solutions. So the plastics challenge, we look at the impact that plastic is having on the environment, and how this can be an opportunity in the profession. It should be noted that architecture and construction actually one of the biggest contributors to emissions. So as a profession, we need to come together and see then how we can have measures or interventions that can be able to highlight on that. So the plastic blocks explore the 3 types of plastic, and this is HDP, PET, and PP. And these are very common in our environment. You're looking at straws, polythene, plastic components, piping, and all these. So to try and see how those components then can be reintroduced into the circular economy for buildings. The housing challenge, as highlighted by the previous presenters, this is from the government, Rwanda Housing, the city of Kigali, and the different practitioners in the profession. We see that scale right now is the big challenge that we may be facing. How fast we can be able to get the needed units onto the market to be able to meet the housing needs. We can see the numbers don't look good, they're a bit grim, in terms of we need to be bringing in about 30,000 units per year. If I'm right, the past 2-3 years since this study was done, we're already falling behind on these initiatives. So these 2 challenges maybe can provide an opportunity that we decided to explore. So globally local, what does that even mean? Trying to look at the circularity of waste from the plastic converted into pallets, and then these are processed into interlocking blocks to be able to make the housing. I'm sure as kids, or some of you who have kids, you've played with Lego blocks. So that was the main inspiration behind the blocks, how you can be able to join this. But then now you bring in the technical aspects, how to get services through these blocks, integrating design systems and all that to be able to meet all the housing needs. So these blocks are almost carbon neutral. The good presenters from GMK highlighted that. I'll not take you back through that. But right now, everyone is conscious in the design because, as we highlighted earlier, the impact that the construction and design profession is having on the environment. So we have to try and play a bigger role on either reducing our carbon footprint or becoming carbon neutral. Sorry for that. So then we look now at the process. So you're looking at different key stakeholders and players who come in to be able to allow for this process to proceed. So you're looking at the regulators, the environmental regulators, Rwanda Housing Authority, the building regulators, the city or district regulators. They start with the key law. Then our middle partners, this is now the collection of waste. So collection, processing, and grading, that's also a key role. We are moving now to be able to process waste at source, as opposed at the end of the collection process. And then now we look at pellets production. So after extracting the 3 types of plastics, we look at pellets, and then now this is when the block patented solution comes in to be able to convert the pellets into blocks. And then the architectural profession comes in to take advantage first of the carbon neutral material, but then also in the assembly time. So these blocks can be assembled in a maximum of 2 days. So our solution tackles this and then tries to convert this and create a circular economy. So the previous presenter, Thomas, highlighted in making, how does making translate into architecture? So that was one of the presentations highlighting. So then we try to go away from a linear process or economy where you take, make, and dispose, and that is the end of the life cycle. And we try to convert that into a circular economy so that it's always reusing the materials that we generate. So you make, use, recycle, and the process starts all over again. So how then do you translate plastic waste into affordable homes? So this is a model house that we're currently fabricating in Rwanda. And this took about 2 days. So we're looking at integration of services into these block solutions, and then trying to see mitigate on the challenge of time and scaling. So once you can be able to have these factories in different areas, so you collect the waste maybe in Musanze or wherever, so you have regional production points where you can collect waste locally, manufacture or process the blocks locally, and be able to meet the housing needs of that area. This middle image shows us the juxtaposition of those two processes. So we're looking at both net zero processes, but we're looking at a green and a local. So you have your traditional blocks that are made from mud and dried. Then you have your modern recycled blocks. So this image was trying to give us that juxtaposition of those realities in trying to meet that green economy. This last video will just show us the design process that goes into assembling of these blocks. Can you be able to play it? It's just a few seconds. You can play it? Okay, so then to sum it all up, we look at then how this block solution is able to meet net zero aspects. That's recycling, creating the circular economy, but then also to meet the current housing needs that we have in Kigali. And this is to scale. How are we able to scale 30,000 units as a country to be able to meet the current housing needs? So time is a very key component, but also we have to be conversant and empathetic to the existing solution that housing and construction play on the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Landmark. It's good to see again how we can create partnerships within firms, also be involved in creating homegrown solutions to impact the built environment. I would like to call upon our next presenter, which is Zika, our sponsor, our gold sponsor. Please welcome them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly humbled and honored to be part of this event, of this really great event in Rwanda. And I would like to say a special thank you to the organizer, the Rwandan Institute of Architects, and for giving us the chance to present Sika as a global company, as well as the local subsidiary in Kenya. My name is Milutin Milosevic. If you pronounce my last name correctly, I will buy you a drink after this session. And I'm a general manager of Sika Kenya Limited. So let us proceed with the presentation. First, I would like to give you a little bit a short overview of the Sika as a global company. So Sika is a Swiss-based company founded in 1910, which means that we have more or less 110 years of experience in construction business. This combined with a worldwide presence, as you can see, we are present in more than 100 countries with so many plants worldwide, like 300 and more plants worldwide, and with net sales of 7.87 billion Swiss francs, which relates to 8.3 billion USD last year. Of course, we want to progress, and there are good plans for further growth in the near future. What is actually putting Sika in a leading position when it comes to construction chemicals? One part of it is the strong R&D sector. So our research and development force is made of more than 1,000 people who are strictly focusing on research and development for the different products, systems, and so on and so on. The corporate culture that we have is very strong, and we put our partners, clients on the absolute first position when it comes to our business. We encourage our employees for innovation, and we are really focused nowadays on sustainability, on green products, green construction products, lowering of carbon emission, and sustainability, which is very much important for the future. A little bit on Sika Kenya Limited. This subsidiary of Sika was founded in 2011 in Nairobi, Kenya, and we have managed to achieve a few milestones throughout. So right now we have two plants, one liquid plant and one powder plant. We have two laboratories. One is a laboratory exclusively for concrete mix designs, and the other one is for tile adhesives, mortars, grouts, and so on and so on. Our markets where we are present in the world and where we operate are the following. So we are doing business in building finishing, concrete, waterproofing, roofing, flooring and coating, sealing and bonding, refurbishment, and industry. So for today, I have not prepared a specific topic because we have so many different products and systems. It is actually worldwide, I think, a bit more than 30,000 different products and systems. So it will be really a grueling work to prepare everything to show. But at least I will just go quickly through target markets so that you can see what are the products available and what are the systems available for building finishing, for concrete admixtures, grinding aids, for cement producers as well. Waterproofing systems, I know that this is a burning topic in many African countries, and I believe also in Rwanda. So there are many systems and products which you can use for a rising damp or maybe waterproofing of foundations, balconies, terraces, roofs, and so on and so on. Of course, there are special roofing products and roofing systems as well, which are not only the waterproofing mortars, but also membranes, also liquid applied membranes, and so on and so on. flooring systems, it depends, of course, where do you want to apply a certain floor. Is it an industrial area? Is it maybe a pharmaceutical company? So it depends on which usage will be for the floor, and we have many systems for this as well. Sealing and bonding solutions, also refurbishment with the different products like carbon strengthening products for structures, then repair mortars, different grouts, injections. And last but not least, industry, that is when it comes to the automotive and bus producers for the glass bonding systems and other bonding systems related to this industry. Of course, in our opinion, it is very important to have the strong bridge and strong understanding in between architects and the people who are actually doing the job on site. And this is why SICA is really trying to be a very strong pillar in between the idea as the designer idea and of course the main contractor on site. This is why we are involved in providing solutions for the designers for different positions in the project, which we are going to follow up with the main contractor on site to make sure that the product or the system is correctly used. So once we specify the product or the system in a good way and then we follow up with the execution phase, then we get the final product to be really satisfactory for the client, for the investor, for the main contractor, for designer as well. Just a few references here in Kigali, I mean in Rwanda. So as you can see, we have already been involved in many projects in Rwanda, and we are very proud of this. And we consider Rwanda to be an emerging market. We are really expecting more and more projects to be executed in Rwanda, and we are sure that you will get a lot of foreign direct investments here, which will actually boost the construction sector, and thus it will be very important for all parties to have good solutions when it comes to the construction chemicals, and also the good follow-up when it comes to the execution on site. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, SICA Kenya Limited. It's even more empowering to our profession to have involved producers and material manufacturers with the latest systems for even more eco-friendly deliveries of our buildings involved. So thank you. Our next speaker is supposed to be virtual. I don't know if she's having trouble coming on. Okay, all right. We may maybe be able to schedule her in for tomorrow. So now we're gonna open our platform for questions and answers and discussions and all of that. So please, if you have a question, a comment, please raise your hand and tell us who you're referring to so we can bring the mic onto them. Thanks. Okay, our presenter is coming online right now. All right. All right, welcome, Nerea. Nerea Amos Lode is an architect and researcher with extensive experience in sustainable educational and health projects in East Africa from 2011 and until 2014, she taught architecture at the College of Science and Technology at the University of Rwanda. In 2012, she co-founded ASA Studio, coordinating the construction of tens of education and health facilities across Rwanda in over 2 years. Her PhD research at the Bartlett questioned the impact of the built environment on young children living in the long-term refugee camps in the East African Rift. In 2018, she founded the interdisciplinary practice and think tank called Creative Assemblages, based in Kampala, Uganda, that works in socially, environmentally sustainable projects in the region. Her work, individually and as team member, has been internationally recognized within publications, exhibitions, including at the Museum of Modern Art at Louisiana in Denmark, and awards including being shortlisted for the Moyer Gemmill Prize for Emerging Architects at W Awards 2021. Her presentation today will be about nurturing sustainable architecture from the children's to the regional scale. The floor is yours, Nerea.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the technical problems. There is always a little bit of a technical problem to make things more interesting. So I'm going to try and share my screen. Please let me know. Okay, you have to enable me to share my screen. In the meanwhile I got enabled, I just want to introduce myself for those of you that don't know me. So my name is Nerea. I am an architect, and I'm originally from Barcelona. 1 second. Let me see. Yeah, so I have been involved in Rwanda since 2011. Yep. Can everybody see my screen? I hope so. So I'm an architect from Barcelona. I've been in Rwanda working or involved from afar since 2011. I'm very happy to be part of this weekend of celebrating and reflecting about Rwanda and architecture, and it is very exciting to see how much has been achieved in the last 27 years and see many of my colleagues and former students being in the room today presenting very interesting projects. So I'm just going to talk, I'm going to do like a little story. I'm going to try and be fast since I know we're a little bit delayed. So how my work and that of my teams has matured and evolved, partly rooted on my Barcelona roots, but also inspired by the great opportunities this country has given me. So this evolution has been influenced by all the people, right, that I have worked with, or I have trained, or I have done design projects for, especially working for young children. So that's what I'm going to focus today, the talk on, about sustainability and about this nurturing environment and participation. So I was first introduced to designing with young children through the work I did for the Early Childhood Development Task Force that the government began in 2010, which I joined in 2011. I believe everybody here has experienced firsthand through your own experiences or through that of your kids, how designs influence our daily lives since a very young age. We all know how nurturing designs can improve our daily experiences and our lives long term. Yet, most young children are usually left out of the design processes, and many of them are actually rarely exposed to nurturing, sustainable, and inspiring design. And this is especially true for poor children, and it is true in Rwanda and in most countries I have had the chance to do research work, be it in Europe, North America, or Eastern Africa. So children have only recently begun to be involved in the decision-making about how their cities or neighborhoods look like. And surprisingly, it's also quite rare to see them involved in the designs of spaces made especially for them. So educational centers or play facilities. So my work and my research tries to see like what will their involvement yield. Would it be different designs? Would it help us to come up with different designs? So I wasn't fully aware of that part of architecture, right? I was trained in a more technical means when I started contributing for the national standards on early childhood development in the country. The first thing I realized through that work is that architects and that architecture could and should be considered as more than just a container of program, more than just, like a container for an educational program in the case of a school. It could actually be understood as an added educator, right? You can use the materials, the textures, the organization of the floor, of the furniture to encourage curiosity or help the teachers. So a few months after I got into Rwanda and started working in these early childhood initiative by the government, I co-founded as a studio to test this idea. We designed dozens of self-sustainable educational facilities, pilot projects, and then more developed centers, where the materials and the spatial distributions were supposed to trigger kids' curiosity and assist the caregivers on their tasks. Our modular designs improved with each new iteration, adapted to the various communities across the Rwanda's hilly topography. We did a modular design that you can adapt to the different sites. As you can see here in the plans, we ended up doing mostly 2 different compositions, one circular and one snake, that allowed, one allowed for more protection and the other one allowed for having 2 outdoor spaces that were separate. So up until 2014, I was also teaching the first ever cohort of architects educated in the country, many of whom are now organizing these events, are leading Kigali's development, or helping the Rwanda Institute of Architects reach new goals, and overall improving the architectural landscapes in the country. But through the work at ASA Studio, I began to understand some of architecture's possibilities, and also understood that I needed to better harness the opportunities and challenges we faced at the studio. So, for example, one of the things I was very curious about was how can we, reassess this hampered participation we faced, and like lack of access to local materials we faced while working in Rwanda's refugee camp. We had at that point built a couple of educational centers in 2 of the refugee camps, Kigeme and Mugomwa, and one health facility for Kigeme. And so we were not able to do the same approaches we were doing elsewhere. And that's one of the reasons why, as a co-founder, Toma Berlanda and I sold the studio, and I went on to start a PhD. So my PhD, it was initially focused in trying to understand how encamped refugees experience our educational and health facilities, and if our participatory approaches would have any place in these environments. So thanks to the collaboration of many of my former students at KIST, now University of Rwanda, this work was made possible in Rwanda. I developed this work in 3 camps in Rwanda, and in 3 camps in Uganda, and 1 refugee camp in Kenya. I went from looking more at the technicalities of these centers to actually starting to look at the whole camp, because analyzing all of these camps, I realized that our interventions might have a positive influence, right? Having an actual center versus not, or having a center that was child-friendly and designed with a purpose had a positive influence, but it was actually very small. So what I realized through this research is that the deprived home environments, right? Like the children were not just in the center. Actually, many of the children did not attend to the centers, and those who attended centers were there only for like few hours a day. So the poor home environments and the badly maintained streets were the main influence on young children development, because that's where they spent most of their time, and these places were not designed at all. So what I think is interesting about focusing on the camps is that in urban and spatial ways, they can resemble a poor mudugudu or an informal area, not only in Rwanda, but like elsewhere. And actually to an extreme, right? Because things go a lot faster, there is more actors involved, and it's quite complex as a system. So the knowledge acquired here could be applied elsewhere and vice versa. The other interesting thing in Rwanda, I think, is that Rwanda now hosts 6 of these refugee camps very generously, and is planning to make them more sustainable and possibly integrate them with the rest of the urban rural continuum by 2030, which is quite a pioneer approach globally. So if we want that process to benefit Rwandans and refugees alike, then this type of knowledge might come up as very relevant. So through this research, I fell in love with assemblage thinking. I've been hearing from my colleagues a lot of talk about, rather than linear, the circular economy, or like how can you put different elements into one project. And I think that's one of the things, very theoretical that came up from doing this research. I realized that, there are many interconnected variables composing social arrangements, and in these variables, we can understand non-human actors, right, such as the built environment, as like a classroom being a teacher, for example, right, or what is the role of the climate, and what is the role of the economy, for example, when we make plastic blocks for affordable housing, right? There is many actors that are talking to us, and it's not just people. So this theory also highlighted that involving people in the design process is not only a matter of like making things more self-sustainable or empowering people, but it actually, I think it is critical to innovate in the design disciplines. If it's always the same people, right? Like only architects thinking about architecture, we're gonna be replicating similar processes over and over. Whereas if we want to create a different space, a different idea of, for example, an early childhood development or how to assist refugees, we need more voices. So I wanted to continue to explore how architecture and local crafts could enhance participation in the camps. So in 2017, I ran a public interest design studio at the African Design Center that was hosted by MAS, which I think they are coming tomorrow, focused on the Rwandan camps, where we used the information that we had collected from interviewing hundreds of camp inhabitants to help transform the mostly harmful environment of the camps into schools without walls. Like instead of the school being just the center, can we make the whole camp be a school without walls? So one of these interventions was the Imigongo murals in Kiziba camp, where we identified sites where children played with the help from a 3D model. This was quite interesting. None of these camps had maps, so we developed the plans for all of these camps in 2D, but nobody could read the 2D because they had never seen a plan and they had never seen plans of these camps. So we developed these 3D models, and due to Rwanda's hilly topography, many people could understand. And we had conversations where we had little kids, like 4-year-olds, talking with camp managers, talking with, Midimar and the teachers, and everybody was discussing about these things. So through this map, we chose a couple of spaces that children already use to play to make them more child-friendly by using these Imigongo murals. Many of you know that Imigongo was traditionally used in the interior walls, but in walls. Now we mostly find it in the small little pieces, like these ones, right? But we wanted to recover the practice that already happens in the camps in many of the interiors. So caregivers, neighbors, and architecture students from the ADC learned from Imigongo artisans this traditional technique. And then they molded the cow dung, the ash, and the natural pigment into the walls. So first they tested it in the smaller pieces, and then we started doing this into the walls of the school, like of 2 sites. One was the school and another one was a playground close by the market. So this process triggered further changes, and caregivers planted flowers around the sites, neighbors borrowed leftover materials, and started to decorate their homes as well. So through this process, co-creating became more fundamental in my work. And in 2011, I moved to Uganda to start Creative Assemblages, as Lisa has well said, an interdisciplinary think and do tank that, we try to do not only like implemented projects, but the research and try to influence policy if possible. So with each project, we try to tailor a theme. So we involve clients, users, artists, built environment professionals to undertake research, but also develop design build projects from furniture. This is a lamp with loofah, that is a material that you find very easily in Uganda. And it combines it with a design that is made by a Catalan architect in the 40s. Two medium-sized constructions. Here, I think we've seen a little bit of more trying to think about this net zero or making things a little more affordable and locally rooted. This building is in the center of Kampala and is all made with compressed earth blocks. So another of the projects that tries to put all of these ideas together is Muito, which is a pre-primary school in Western Rwanda on the shores of Lake Kivu. So here you see the primary school with a blue roof, and on the bottom is like to the left is our school under construction. So in this community-led project, I used the experience I had gained over the years in sustainable child-friendly designs to create a facility that aimed to have the lowest embodied carbon footprint possible. So the process of building, the process of the materials, like the lowest carbon footprint, and aimed also at a zero carbon footprint in its running. So thinking about these two pieces of the construction, not just one, right? Like how can we make these the most sustainable possible? To do so, we actually upcycled construction materials from a dismantled coffee factory from Rwandex, when Rwandex was teared down in the wetlands in the center. We used those materials to build the structure. So these columns here, as you might know, it's quite expensive to find I-beams in Rwanda, but we had these insane I-beams and gutters that I'll show in another picture because we were using the dismantled materials. And we also use that to make children's scale windows and furniture. So all of these chairs and the ceiling and even the windows. So the windows are directly recovered from the factory, but all of the plywood was converted into the furniture, for example. So we made all of the furniture in Kigali by molding these plywood from the ceilings in the factory. And then the rest of the materials we source from the vicinity, like the artisanal bricks. The annulated roof distinguishes Muito quite a lot from the usually dual educational facilities in the area, but I think that the main differences run deep. As you know, this center stimulates young children's holistic development, not just like education, academic education, but like thinking about children in a more holistic way. It provides engaging locally made playground equipment and children's scale details, like having low windows and low blackboards, for example. And it also educates the community on sustainable construction and living techniques, like harnessing natural light and ventilation through very simple twigs and elements, minimizing reinforced concrete in earthquake resistant designs by using just also the geometry of the construction, using composting toilets, harvesting water in an underground brick dome, which saves a lot of space outside and doesn't use plastic. And using, the local terracing techniques and autochthonous plants to manage soil erosion and prevent costly retaining walls. So besides that, the semi-covered outdoor areas provide an outdoor teaching space, varied play corners, and a multi-purpose community space for nutritional training, health checkups, and parent and teacher meetings. So over 10 years ago, I started working to provide context-specific, user-driven, sustainable, and nurture architecture in Rwanda. Working as an architect and teaching art, one of the most relevant experiences for me. And seeing the quality of the work in the country continuing to excel and push forward and being pioneers is a matter of pride and an impulse to continue improving my own work, creating more opportunities for new research to advance architectural language or in the region or benefit populations through my work. For example, we recently finished paving 200 homes in Mugomo, a refugee camp, training local masons in a durable earth floor technique, which is all rooted in Rwanda from a local organization. And together with other teams of colleagues, we're planning to map out all the progress done in the last 10 years when the first early childhood development center was built. So I think, there is a lot of things to still do and work upon and keep collaborating with different colleagues at different levels. And I think, if there is an idea to take it from these, is that I think through co-creation, we can create, we can put local creatives front and center, we can include more voices, and we can make sustainable, appealing, and nurturing environments more accessible to all. And thank you so much for your attention.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for highlighting that architecture ought to be even more mindful and inclusive in all the presentation. Actually, we've had today from green building, manufacturing technology-based, manufacturing or other manual homegrown solutions, architecture being a tool to restore dignity, justice, and equity, and also this time, children and refugees. Just recently, towards the end of the year, our institute became a member of the worldwide institute known as International Union of Architects, where its members intervene in these categories: architecture and society, heritage, cultural identity, architecture and children, architecture for all, habitat, intermediate cities, urbanism and architect learning platforms, community architecture, architecture and human rights, social habitat, public facilities, public spaces, educational and cultural spaces, sports, leisure, and public health. So I'm in the category, I represent, our institute in the category of architecture and children, where I actually have learned that we are to participate in educating children under the age of 18. So basically at the countries, starting at the age of 4 or 10, they are involved in architecture learning. This is something we are to do, and basically other members as well in community or education areas also do something in those stages where they involve educational practices and community into learning what architecture means. So it's good to see a project that recognizes the value and the importance of highlighting children on some of our presentation today. This is one of them, and as well refugees. This is, I think, apart from Thomas, we have had a project or presentation that highlights human rights advocates, part of a presentation today in terms of promoting green building. Among other things, there are other things such as diversifying architecture to provide solutions and to help sustain the lives of other people. So thank you again so much, Nerea. We appreciate you today. So the platform is open for questions. Please, if you have a question, raise your hand and I'll give you the microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Udwaka, I'm an architect. My question goes to GMK. Actually, I like your presentation and the concept of your design, the leisure park. What fascinated me was the methodology and your philosophy of design. But what I was expecting to hear, which I didn't hear, was I don't know what land space you have there and what traffic you are expecting there and how people are going to move from one location to the other without getting tired. And in terms of sustainability, you said something about collecting rainwater and all the stuff. I didn't hear anything about wastewater management treatment. I don't know how it's going to be done. I don't know where it's located. Is it part of the design system? And the final one is to do with the firefighting. I didn't hear anything about firefighting. How are you going to prevent, detect, and be able to prevent firefighting? So those are my queries. But in the overall, the design is fantastic and the concept is very well thought of. Thank you.
Thank you. Responding to the question of the people can decide the numbers, we are projecting to have, actually, RDB had an issue of, it's an issue, but also a good thing, because we had overbooming tourists coming per year in the country, and you find they don't have a place to visit, like in the Gorilla Park. So we projected to have more than 20,000 tourists or people in the site. Like for instance, our amphitheater accommodates more than 20,000 square meters people. On the question of people circulating in the site, actually we have services. So you don't need to move from one site to another without experiencing anything. We have spaces. We have, like, from the amphitheater to the other services. We have in the middle, we have the troops, where you visit the experience that are happening in the mountains. So they will never get tired, because they are like in the experiencing move. You move from one point to another, but you have something to see, you have something to experience. So there's this sequence of spaces in the whole site. The other question of the water treatment, wastewater management. We have these points in the whole site. We have like 4 locations in the whole site. We did not present, but we have them, and we are thinking about them. So we have managed to collect all this grey water, and we reuse them by just for gardening and all those things. So we have them in the site. What was the other question? Actually, we propose the systems. I'm not the one to present that. We have specialists, but we have that points in our projects.
Any other question?
So thank you. I'm Boniface Tuisenje. I'm a graduate architect. So my question goes to GMK also. They had an interesting presentation and the interesting project. Now, my concern was you presented highlighting the point of sustainability and the materials. And you showed us the bamboo structures, and you say that they are most reliable than steel structure. And looking at the roof, they are overlapping from the main structure, and you have these slanting bamboo elements. Are they the one that are going to support this overlapping concrete roof? Thank you.
Thank you, Boniface, for the question. In our structure, we have bamboo are not the main structure. They are for shading and aesthetic. So we are using bamboo for aesthetic and shading. And again, we have steel columns in the middle you're like having this like a bamboo and this a steel, but this steel is painted as bamboo, so you can't see that it is not a bamboo. It's mixed in the bamboo to support the structure, but the bamboo, decorative elements, and also to help even the structural system, but mainly for decoration, the facade, decorating the facade, but also to shade for shading devices. Thank you.
Is there any other question to our members online? No? Going once? All right. Okay, I think that's a wrap. I would like, let me get on stage. All right, I would like to thank you all for participating and being available in this afternoon session. As you can see, some of our members left. I would like to thank you for being available today. We have a tea break, but also a closing. To close, we will meet in the exhibition downstairs for networking and, you know, some tea. Tomorrow we continue our program tomorrow until Monday. We have a CPD Architects chapter tomorrow morning. The usual time. Please, if you don't have the agenda, please meet me outside. I'll make sure you receive it so you can plan accordingly. We have a training with SCAT, Autodesk, EAGI. We have Royal Institute of British Architects presenting tomorrow. 2 members of the Royal Institute presenting tomorrow. We have Mass Design, and we have Rwandan-led Design Architecture, which is a great initiative by students from Sabe in KIST. Yes, and we have a student mentorship session. So please, again, as you can see, we need you to be available. This is good for all of us. We need to advocate for our profession and to be interested. For those who are following online, please, you're still welcome to register and attend tomorrow. The event is open till Monday. We have sessions going on Saturday, Sunday, and closing on Monday with Education Day. All right, again, thank you very much. Thank you for everyone that made time, that is staying interested. We'll stay in touch. Let's go have some tea. All right, have a good evening.